Yeah. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this Tuesday, July 11th meeting of the HTC, certainly after 4 p.m. Call the meeting to order. This meeting is being audio and video recorded and broadcast via Zoom and YouTube. Please don't say or display anything you don't broadcast. Comments through the chair after being recognized, they can be picked up by the minutes. And we have any member, this Abby on Zoom? Oh, didn't see there, Abby, great, welcome. So with that, I'll look for a motion to approve the agenda. Oh, actually, before we approve the agenda, I apologize to you guys. I had meant to put 25 beach grass on consent. It is a structure that has, it's a single-family dwelling that has been constructed in the same area more than once, and I needed to verify that information. So if there's no concerns with that, I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda with 25 beach grass. Thank you. Oh, did we? Okay, good. I wasn't sure. This is an update that. Okay, yeah, I did look through it. Okay, great. So, in any event, your motion will be to approve the agenda. Yeah. Thank you, Diane. Good news is we can just say all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Mr. Chair, I have a hand raised, Mickey.
Okay, Mickey, 1 second. We have a procedural issue to address. I want to note for the record that Val Oliver recused from that, and Connie, did you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And there were no other recusals required. There were no other recusals required for consent. Okay. Mickey, go ahead.
Stephen, I just wanted to say that your mic is not working terribly well. It's kind of hard to hear what you're saying.
That's right. I heard I yell a lot, so you'll pick me up. Don't worry about it.
It's a little fuzzy. It's kind of staticky, fuzzy.
How's that?
Probably better. Thanks.
Thank you for letting me know.
Sure.
Okay, on consent with conditions, any recusals? No. So Connie, you'll be activated again. Is a motion to approve consents with conditions?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Signs. Yeah, I'm gonna do sign. Yeah, I kind of went into both.
Yeah, you went
Fashion.
completely.
I wanted to get a consensus before Ray walked in the book because it was just simpler with recusals. Discussion and vote for Save Our Sound endorsement. Let's hold that till Ray shows up. Discussion for evaluation 7 Fair Street window replacement. We'll hope Ray shows up. Signs. Who's going to present?
Met this morning and per the recommendations, they items number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they recommended to approve as submitted.
Okay, so on Diane's motion to follow the sign committee's recommendation, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous. Okay, yeah,
And for item number,
I only have 5 on that.
sorry, 1, 2, 4, and 1, 2, 4. Oh, sorry. May I?
Okay.
1, 2, 4, and 5 were approved recommended to approve. Number 3, they would like to hold for further information.
Okay, so why don't we get a motion to reconsider something previously approved from Val?
I make that motion.
All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
That being reconsidered is that vote, and we would like to hold number 3 for revisions.
So moved.
All in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
That's signed.
Aye.
Yeah, so aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I'll try to be better in the habit of telling you guys which one is activated. Kind of new at this. Mr. Chairman, welcome.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, I'm late.
That's all right. So where we are is discussion and vote of Save Our Sound endorsement, discussion
Right.
for evaluation of 7 Fair Street window replacement have been skipped, and we are otherwise ready to begin the agenda.
So you want to
Regular
jump back to
agenda.
Save Our
Yep.
Sound?
Mr. Chair, can I ask a
Yeah,
question?
sure.
So, this is kind of to the rogueness from Mr. Welch. I actually was going to ask to take 18 under consents, which is for 4 Charles Street, and actually put that under consent with conditions for an elevation certificate. I was remiss in catching that in review.
Okay. We haven't hit consents yet. have
We
we?
I can
have,
do this.
Oh, you did?
I can do
Okay,
this
sorry.
really
Go
quick.
ahead. Yeah.
Holly, could you repeat that once?
yes, sir. That would be for number 18 under consents, which is for 4 Charles Street, and it would be for putting it under consent with conditions for a condition of requesting a copy of their elevation certificate, because they're actually
And format.
in the format map. Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, great. So
Thank
can we
you.
get a motion to reconsider something previously approved from Diane?
So moved.
Okay, all in favor, let's see, Val, you're sitting on this still. And Ray, you can vote too. So
Okay.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Can we get a motion to move the previously approved 18 Fort Charles Street from consent to consent with conditions, the condition being require the flood design elevation and a format.
So moved.
On Ray's motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. Back to
Alright.
you.
All right, great. Thanks. Thanks for skipping these two. All right, so Save Our Sound, for those of you in the audience that are following along, we're going back to the first agenda item. Because we wanted to discuss this as a regular board. Should I turn it over to you, Val, for sort of an overview?
Yeah, I'm gonna do just a
Oh, there
synopsis.
you are.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Quick
great.
like a flash. There 1 minute, here the next.
I know. The
Um,
magic carpet.
So basically, what I'm asking is, fellow commissioners, in 2017, Save Our Sound won their battle against wind turbines, and garnered support for that defeat using the Cape and Islands and our townships and organizations in their argument. In 2010, the Alliance to Save the Sound, which is part of Save Our Sound, joined the Smart from the Start campaign to identify and choose alternative lease sites that would minimize conflict and ensure there would be exclusion zones to protect the marine environment. I gave you guys this little PowerPoint cripes probably a month ago, but basically all of the concerns that they had for pushing it away from the sound are exactly the reasons we want to push it away from our South Shore. And I find that they're trying to get National Historic status for the sound, which we already have. And I'm trying to make it brief, so bear with me here. In their legislative letter, they to obtain the permanent protection against development, they use Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard as an integral part of their letter to the congressman and say, At the same time, we want to allow for continued commercial and recreational fishing activities and other ecological and economical sustainable use of the marine environment, including electrical transmission of infrastructure from responsibly sited offshore wind projects. Keeping the projects out of the sound will be a detriment to their marine environment, endangered species, historic properties, all the same reasons that they should not be where they are off the south shore of Nantucket. So I feel that their actions are duplicitous and only in their best interest. And I, for one, am asking you to no longer be a supporter of Save Our Sound, because they're using us to ask for historic landmark status, yet pushing them to our south shore, which doesn't affect them. It still affects us. And we already have the historic landmark status. So I hope you agree with me. I'd like to eliminate our names from the stakeholders on their website,
Okay.
as we are stewards of this island in preservation.
Okay. I think we all get it.
Mhm.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah. Yeah.
I would be remiss if I didn't say anything.
No,
So,
please. Yeah.
While I understand where Val's concerns are, there's some facts that I just wanted to emphasize. Nantucket Sound is listed on the National Register. It's listed as a traditional cultural property, a TCP, not a National Historic Landmark, which is what the status we all know Nantucket retains. Cape Wind won their legal battle, and the opponents lost on similar arguments to those that are making about the National Historic Preservation Act. So the only reason that Cape Wind wasn't built in the middle of our sound, which I was a child when all that went on, and I remember it very, very well, is that fact that the developer lost his tax credits or his incentives to actually construct in order to have those subsidized in order to actually finance in the construction. Had that developer not been dependent on those subsidies, Cape Wind actually would have been built. Because again,
Exactly
that was
like
lost.
the building, the ones they're doing now are based on tax credits.
So the fact that the wind energy is actually a top priority of the federal and state government. This is something that staff, as a member of the internal work wind farm work group that we're on, as well as I am the Section 106 rep for the NPC, our regional planning authority. It's important to understand there's a lot of complexities to this, and the best form of pushing things back would be push whoever wants to vocalize this, not to BOEM, but it would be to this Department of Energy from the state. They are the ones who go through the procurement process. So the federal government has basically subdivided our waters off the coast with developers, and each state goes through a procurement process in order for these sites to be developed. And I will also mention that there's only one at the time that's been approved by the Secretary of the Interior. We all know that one, Vineyard Wind, which is being constructed at the moment. I just think it's important to understand that local governments don't have the control with the federal policy of energy, and that this is
That is
something
not true.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
that offshore wind energy development is used by the federal government and the state as a critical step to reducing their carbon footprint. And that's why it's being discussed and pushed. Under Section 110F of the National Historic Preservation Act, that's what the special law that we as a National Historic Landmark have that special protection, do undue harm, no harm to the historic district. There's a lot of very complexities aspect of all of the Section 106 reviews. And Save Our Sound was created at a certain time frame specifically for the sound itself during Cape Wind. And while I understand that Cape Wind was created for that, I think it's important to understand that having comparing the two are a little bit different is what I'm trying to get at. That Save Our Sound was created at a different time frame. And I'm not too quite sure how Nantucket pulling out of the Save Our Sound campaign would necessarily, do any good with the wind farm that's being proposed off the coast.
May I respond to that?
Yeah, let's just make sure that Holly's, so you've said your piece for now, Holly? Okay, yes, you may respond.
They do not have their National Historic Landmark status yet. They're still seeking it. They're using Nantucket as part of their argument. They're still soliciting money here. So that is my reason for asking us to pull out. As an HDC member, I cannot support what they are doing to Nantucket.
Got that. Yep. Oh, okay, well, hang on. I want to make sure that everyone who has something to say on this is able to. Is there anyone in the room or on Zoom that would like to speak on this issue before I turn it over to the board for questions and comments? Okay. Therefore, I would like to open it up, and actually I'd like to open it up to all the members. If we come to a vote on this, it's going to be the well, actually it's not going to be the 5 regular members, because you would need to recuse, obviously. So Connie, I would have you be a voting member, but I just want to hear everyone's views on this. Questions, comments, anything. Now, Diane, did you say that you were interested in?
Chair,
Oh.
it's just a procedural
Sure, procedural, yeah. Go ahead.
and not to be adversarial, but process
Mhm.
related.
Fine.
Bill, would you just, I think you should clarify that you're not speaking as an HDC member, you're speaking.
No, I'm not. I'm speaking as a, well, I am an HDC member, but I'm
But you're not
speaking
speaking with the voice.
as a
of it.
person more interested in what's happening off the South Shore, and that would be our group Act for Wales.
Okay, just for
Okay.
the record, I think it's important. to
I think that
clarify. Thank you.
you're right. Okay, thanks, Stephen. And Diane, go ahead.
I have been following this for quite some time. I'm the HDC representative with. Well, in those meetings, I am followed it for years because I think that it is inappropriate to put where it has been and to use the one small space between Cape Cod and New York, and now including New Jersey, that there is a field you could put out of 300 miles off the coast and it won't be seen, and let them deal with that. The size of the wind turbines is extraordinary, 1,400 feet high. And they start off with, first it's 37 and then it's 180, and then God knows how much they're going to come up with, since they have permission to do what they want. If you think of other places which have been brought up to us, like Finland, Denmark, Iceland, we are contained in a box. The Cape, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Block Island, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, and the 2 prongs out of both the Cape and Nantucket makes a square. Everything that happens within that square is visible. You could stand on Nantucket and see Martha's Vineyard. You could stand in Martha's Vineyard to see Nantucket. Nothing is invisible. They use the opening between Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket to put their cables, which come at 160 degrees. The cables are hot. They're putting it in that channel, which carries fishermen, fish, and everything else in and out of Nantucket Sound. This is a heat that is not needed, nor is it good for the fish that we catch off our coast, which is a cool, cold water fish. It is not a hot fish. So we are allowing, staying with this group, to have our fishing industry destroyed. The whales, you know about how many whales have been brought up in this past spring in both New York and Rhode Island, and also closer in New York, where more whales have been killed, found dead. They are found dead. The other thing is that they were granted, unfortunately, a certain amount of whale death, which would be expected. They have now doubled that. Which brings it to a fair, we got 360 whales that we're trying to protect in existence. And now that they're up to 40 or 80. And if they make a few more mistakes, you know, who cares? And I don't know whether you have been to Nantucket and looked out on both the South Shore and the Nantucket shore and see them. You can see the boat that's out there laying the stuff that's supposedly coming out of Martha's Vineyard. And we had in one research paper that I went and reviewed is how much money these turbines were going to cost Nantucket over the 10-year period that they are supposed to be allowed. That is fantastic. I believe it was a 800 some odd, not $800, but 800,000 in a loss of tourists and all sorts of, I don't remember all the things, but that's, it's not coming to this town, this island cheap, for which we were granted a pretty casual contract of what, $35,000 to put our name in as okay. I mean, $35,000 is the cost of a house on Nantucket, not the cost of the island. It is important for what we do and what other commissions do is to protect the island, try and keep it the way that it has been, and to sell it out on such a program, I think is criminal. And I, for one, would certainly back getting out and doing what can be done. I've been told several times that there's no point in fighting something not particularly right on this one, but that is the attitude from the powers that be. And I think that if it's worthwhile, it's worth fighting for. So that's my personal feelings.
Thank you, Diane. Who's next?
Just to be clear, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'm just asking about withdrawing from Save Our Sound.
I get it. Yeah.
We're not
Because
dealing
they're
with
not,
Vineyard Wind.
because they're for these turbines off the,
Right.
yeah, okay.
Right,
I'm dealing with that in court.
right. Who's next? Thoughts, questions?
I'll go.
Great, thank you, Steve.
I want to just quickly fill in around some of the comments Diane made. I was the HTC
Mhm.
section 106 rep when the Vineyard Wind project came up. Just on the money thing, it's actually considerably more. I'm not suggesting
Yeah.
that that's a worthwhile thing, but one of the work groups suggested a $500,000 mitigation settlement. I pushed for 50 million. We settled at 19 million in today's dollars. That was as the HTC rep. The HTC signed off on that. It's much more involved than simply money. There was leverages involved and so on and so forth. That topic may come up again here at the HTC. I, for one, am completely dissatisfied with how that process, what the result of that process was.
Did you say dissatisfied?
Dissatisfied.
Dissatisfied. Yeah.
My understanding was that the HTC would be getting direct funding for assisting in services, a variety of them. I wrote up millions of dollars of scopes of services that mitigation money can go towards. I understood that the HDC would have a member on the nonprofit board that doled out those monies. None of that has happened. That's not the topic for tonight. I guess what I'd like to know, I mean, from what Val has presented, that information, I understand her point. This is kind of adding insult to injury from your perspective. From the HCC's perspective, where historic preservation that promotes the economic benefit of the community, and that extends to the complete historic landmark, which includes the historic maritime identity, which obviously includes the wide open ocean vistas. I will say that when that original agreement was put together, I think into the center of the turbine was like 610 or 680 feet. Those have subsequently nearly doubled or more. So what was worked on when I was involved is dwarfed dramatically by what is actually going to be built if it's not stopped. Again, not part of this process or discussion. I just want to be clear, since that happened a few years ago now. But Val, it seems, back to the point, it seems like, you know, you're stating that those factors combined with the fact that Save Our Sound is using Nantucket, the endorsement of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is kind of an insult to injury type of a situation, and we don't think it's appropriate. So what I would like to know, based upon which I'm not against pulling out of that endorsement, given the information you presented, I'd just like to understand what form you see that. Is that simply a withdrawal letter submitted to Save Our Sound? Is there something else that you're anticipating or expecting? Have you thought that through? And if you have, what are your comments?
I just think their actions are duplicitous, and I, for one, cannot sit on the HDC if we're going to still be part of supporting Save Our Sound.
But
As we spend so
specifically-
many hours a week trying to preserve Nantucket to the best of our abilities as volunteers. And
Get that.
yeah,
I think we all get that. But Stephen's question was a little more specific. He's asking if your request at this time simply to withdraw.
yes,
And-
Okay.
And we send them a letter?
yes,
Okay, I didn't know if there was other.
sorry,
Oh, okay.
yes.
Yeah. All right. Got it. So
Okay.
that answers the
So
question, right?
those are my comments, and you've answered my question, and I think that it's not inappropriate to move forward with this.
Yeah, you might want to go up to the mic there.
No, you should-
Well, we can hear
They
you,
have
but
to hear
the tape can't hear you. And what we're just going to need your name for the record.
My name is Heather Morel Murray.
Okay.
Just sitting here listening. I don't even know what y'all are talking about, but I get the gist of it. I'm new to this island resident. I was first out here when I was 45. I'm 53 now. Yes, I just said my age, good Lord. Anyway, when I first came out here to this day present, the erosion that I have witnessed myself, you guys not knowing what these cables or whatever you're talking about going in the water, what are you going to do to Mother Nature in that ocean? You're going to make it angry. You're going to get more erosion. What do you want to do? That's all I have to say.
Okay. Well said. Thank you. Okay, back to the board members. Do we have any further comment on this? I certainly have comments. I'm withholding them to make sure that everyone else has spoken.
I have one last one.
Okay,
With
go.
160-degree water, we're going to be chasing the great whites away from the manatee.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm Florida.
yeah. Well, maybe I'll just jump in and tell you what my thoughts are on this. They're a little bit like the thoughts that I have on climate change. So there obviously, we all know that there are two different schools of thought on climate change and whether fossil fuels and all that and man's intervention are responsible for climate change. So people have emerged with two different thoughts. One is Well, the science on climate change is inconclusive. So therefore, let's continue business as usual because we don't know really what the science is. It's inconclusive. So let's just keep going just the way it is. And then there's another school of thought, the school of thought that I actually subscribe to, that says, well, if it's inconclusive, but if it actually turns out to be the way that certain people think it is, then it's dangerous. And therefore, we should act as if the worst possible scenario is the real scenario. So given that, this is a complicated issue. I think that our endorsement that currently stands is potentially more harmful to a net result than removing our endorsement, at least for now, until action is taken where we can actually say, we are 100% behind that. That's where we want to go. Great. Now we can endorse you. But if that's not happening right now, I'm in favor of pulling out. That's what I have to say.
So can we make a motion?
Sure. Shall we?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Holly.
I just wanted to make it be clear that if there was a push for turbines to be proposed within our sound, I mean, basically that would mean that
You mean another push?
You're right. Yes, because nothing, I mean, really and truly, it's the protection of the federal law that Save Our Sound has been asking for. It is a traditional cultural property because of its unique characteristics towards the Native Americans and that culture aspect. The push for it to become a National Historic Landmark, which is what Save Our Sound has been trying to do, is basically trying to give it the same protections that Nantucket has under the National Historic Preservation Act. I just wanted to make that clear. That's all before you make your motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
Can I comment on that?
Yes.
Because I think it's an
Yes, you
important point that Holly's made. Where I'm torn is that instead of being in the sound in our side yard and further away,
It's in our
they're going to be
backyard.
in our backyard.
Yeah.
and closer. The other part I'm torn on is that, Nantucket is left to its own resources with basically a 36,000 square acre field of wind turbines, which will, this isn't saying I'm not coming out on one side or the other with our good neighbor agreement with Vineyard Wind, but no matter how you characterize that, that is an industrialized maritime horizon. It's just a fact. It's their industrial equipment on the maritime horizon.
Right.
Now, whether you perceive that as a bad thing or a good thing is up to you as the individual. I'm not going to speak on that again. We have a good neighbor agreement. My point is that in our backyard, it's a very large area with multiple players already in process, already leased out. Whereas if something were to come up in the sound, which I certainly hope won't be the case, there are more players involved with respect to communities who have concern. Therefore, more funding, more resources, so on. And there is the Cape Wind project as kind of a precedent. So,
Excuse me.
And in addition to that, not only are there more communities who are of concern, but they each have historical. Many of them have historical resources. Some of them actually in the sound. Certainly the tribes. So I'm at the point where I agree with the chairman. At this point, withdrawal, I think, is more beneficial than not. And if something can change as a result of this to benefit Nantucket, God bless us.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Stephen. Diane, you were about to say something.
Well, shall we continue, and you don't vote for it, you don't have to be, but to see who will back this thing of
Yeah.
stepping away for now until the thing can be studied better. Will make more answers than they do now. And some questions answered that were asked that they have not been, so it's a mishmash to walk into, and I think it's dangerous for the island to be in that thing. I appreciate your work that you did before, and it's been a lot to learn and put together.
Hmm.
So I don't think it will harm us to any great extent if we vote for this. I think it'll give us breathing space to see what's going on. So I would make the motion again to ask if the HDC would step away from Save Our Sound for now.
Right. So the official motion is to remove our names as of now from the endorsement of Save Our Sound
Via letter request.
via a letter request. Thank
Yeah.
you, Stephen. Okay, that is Diane's motion. And as I said, yes.
Do you want to activate or alternate?
Yeah, I had Connie. Yeah, Connie's in. Okay, so for those of you voting, and I, of course, will be in support of. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can always reevaluate this if circumstances change. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion. Let's see, there was one other. Oh yeah, 7 Fair Street. Now, just by way of background, folks, this is the Fair Street Museum. You're all familiar with it, the second oldest cast in place concrete building in New England. The first one being Harvard Stadium. And there's a renovation underway at the moment to replace the windows, which were replaced 20 years ago, maybe. And it was brought to my attention that there are differences between the current window configuration, the windows that you see in place right now when you walk by the Fair Street Museum, and what is being proposed. And I just want to get the board's read on this to make sure that everybody was okay with it before these guys went and did 100% of the work. Basically, do you guys, want to make a presentation? I mean,
Sure,
it's
yeah.
fairly cut and dry. I mean,
Yeah.
what's happening here is they're not replacing the windows as they currently stand, but the windows as they currently stand are not consistent with the original windows that went in 1910?
1904.
1904.
Yeah.
So the windows are set back into the concrete apertures. I believe that Brook and Company have photographs of one of the windows in place, all painted up just the way it's going to be. And I want to hear from the board about whether they would agree that this is the proper way to do this. So, Brooke, to you.
All right. So if we go to if you start at the top and you see that is the building as it is right now. And if you keep scrolling down, you'll see the approvals that the NHA went through, and they got the single lights approved. And if you keep scrolling through, you'll see some photos. Okay, so actually, hang on. While we're there, if you scroll backwards, I just want you to take a look at those windows.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason that these windows look like this. If we keep scrolling, is that yep, right there. Is that in order to have wood windows, we need to have what are called a wood buck, and that is frame inside of the concrete to hold the jambs away from the concrete. There is a pitched sill, so that raises that bottom window buck up another like inch plus minus, and then and it also brings the sides of the windows in probably about 1.5 inches or so. And if we keep scrolling, And then you can actually see, can you go back again? One more. All right, and so that was the final architect's rendering of what the window would look like. All right, so we can scroll forward again. One more. All right, and then as a part of that approval, these were the window, this was the window section that was provided to the HDC as part of the final staff approval. And it would work in that opening, it would work with that window buck, and it is a wood window, and so it is built a certain way. And so if we keep scrolling forward. All right, so this is 1904 photo or 1908. And I actually have the next photo, which is zoomed in on the windows.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes,
Right,
please.
so one detail that I want everyone to pay attention to is when you look at these windows, there's these black apertures. The windows you're going to see of the Fear Street Museum the way it is now, there is no black aperture. The windows are right up flush, the sash are flush with the face of the concrete. So I'm just pointing out that historically, the windows were set back in and created a shadow line. Okay?
Can we go back to the section, please, to show that? So this go back down one. Yeah, so here really. This demonstrates it, and this is the close-up where typically this the casing is, or the sash rail is further back here, so you have a sill that's visible. Just to point out that.
So the windows now are almost feel like they're flush.
You're about
with
to
the
see
outside.
it.
Yep,
You're
we've got
about to see it.
a whole presentation here. All right, Esmeralda, would you please?
That's the old.
All right, so this is a more straight on view of the original windows, and you can see that they are all stepped back. The original windows were a steel frame and some kind of special glass with an early version of chicken wire because this building was designed to be fireproof. And again, you can obviously see what is there. And if we keep scrolling. Yep. And one more. All right. And so this is the new window. It's painted gray right now, but you can see that the windows next to it are flush with the face. And that is that is something that we have all grown up with around here. Going by there, you've seen those flush windows all the time. But what is more appropriate is that stepped back window. I think one of the things that distinguishes the windows from 1904 is that they were a darker perimeter. And so, I think the gray does jump out a little bit. And perhaps we can paint it a dark color so that it more resembles what was there. But you can see that there is a stepped back appearance, which is reminiscent of what was originally there. And I think, Esme, can you scroll forward? And there's just a pulled back view.
That's a good picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the one that looks most like what that second photo looked like. And I think if we scroll one more, these are just different angles. And I think, is that it? All right.
For your clarification.
Yes.
Yeah.
Through Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So, Brooke, the detail, the section detail we were showing is of the new windows or the existing windows?
That is of the new windows. That's how they were constructed.
So,
And it was, yeah.
okay, thank you. So the next question is, how does that detail, which has a sash recessed from the outermost portion of the sill, only slightly square with the gray window, which appears to have a reasonable setback
Mhm.
from the front face of the sill?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there are actually two different windows. The bulk of the windows are fixed and look like this. There are two windows that are egress windows by by necessity. And I think that the section that you looked at shows that, shows the casement egress that would be sitting over the front stoop, and it's still stepped back from the face. It's just that in order for it to operate correctly, it can't be on the backside of a jam.
It's an outswing.
It's an outswing, yes. And there's two of them. There's one there, and I think, where's the other egress?
There's another one above the front roof,
Yeah, but where's the other one?
at the back side of the building.
Okay, and on the back side of the building, there is another. So that window that's right over the front portico, in the middle at the top, that is going to be an egress window, and that would match. And Esme, if you would mind scrolling backwards to the sections. All right, so that would be that one, and then if you go one more. One of those should be a stepped back. Yes, this one is the stepped back one. So the bulk of the windows are this, and then the other one is a casement. So that is the distinction there. And again, there's only two that have that casement function.
So I'll just follow up on information only. Yep. What you're showing here, I'm just trying to reconcile what I'm seeing. This detail, which looks like it's maybe a half of an inch sill base. Sill top. Can we go back to the?
Actually,
image?
Stephen, sorry, I think that this is the inside. and
Yeah.
that's the
That is,
outside.
yes.
Yeah, so there's
So
more.
if you look at number 2
On that one.
and number 1, the actual base of the casing would be on the bottom side of the jam, if you're looking at the number 2 picture.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Okay.
I was looking at this and thinking this was your exterior.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
So that was concerned that we're gonna have the same.
Only
Look.
two of them are
Gotcha.
going, but it's still gonna be set back because of where the bucks are, the framing bucks.
Mhm.
So it'll still look more authentic.
I got you. My concern was that we were going to end up with similar flush face and it doesn't appear that's the case. So thank you.
Okay. Holly, you have anything to say on this?
Just that, in addition to the windows, they've been doing an excellent job of restoring this concrete structure individually significant in the fish lots. And I just want to commend the NHA for doing such a great work, and also a nod to CPC as they have assisted in this project. So I have no concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Mickey, are you out there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Got
You know,
anything for us?
oh, I'm sorry, was that Ray?
I said, you got anything for us?
We didn't really review this, or at least haven't recently. We did it originally, and I think our view on this is to whatever you guys or Brooke and the company is doing to get them to look as close to the original windows as possible. We're all for it.
Okay. Thanks, Mickey. Brooke, go.
I have one more thing to state on the record. We did look into a company called Hope Windows, which is all metal.
Yeah.
It's like $6,000 per opening.
The windows for that job would cost like half the island of
Yes.
Nantucket. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, let's see.
So are
Regular
these
board.
simulated or are they gonna be true divided?
They are simulated divided light, which actually we did approve when this came through initially. Yes.
I thought they were single pane.
I think that they're simulated.
No, I mean, single pane.
Yeah, there's.
Oh, yeah.
There's no TDL because they're not.
Correct. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. They're insulated glass.
Yeah.
Yes, they're not
Okay,
simulated
pistol.
divided light, correct? Yeah,
This is
Um,
correct.
okay. Which, by the way, I'm sure you've noticed, but there were no panes in the original windows, and somehow panes showed up in the windows that were placed there 20 years ago.
So these are painless.
Painless.
They're hoping that.
They're painless. Anything further, Abby?
No, that's.
You okay? Oh, and by the way, folks, Brooke did mention the idea of maybe painting them darker that would be a little bit closer to what the original feel of it was.
Discuss that a little bit.
Yeah.
Of course we can. Yeah, I mean, I want to get people's opinions of everything relating to
Yes, sir.
this.
I could go on that.
Yeah, go.
So when I first heard that, I thought of the lighter color or even white, like a platinum, or might be a little, I think the dark is going to look a little sort of gruesome. I think the white, even though those are inappropriate, sort of give it a bit of a lift. I think the dark would be a little somber. So
Okay,
that's my feeling on that.
all right. Thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val Oliver.
I just have a question.
Yep.
The size of the windows as they are now are significantly different from what they were originally. They look like they were much narrower and taller, or at least taller.
So that has to do with the fact that the original windows were metal.
Yeah,
And with the metal, you have, because it's much stronger, you don't have to have as much meat, to hold the glass.
It could be mounted straight to the concrete.
Yeah.
And because this is wood, you cannot do
Yeah.
that. You need something in between the window jamb and the concrete. And that's the pressure treated buck that kind of pinches the window a little bit.
gotcha. That was the only thing. It looks significantly different in terms of size and shape. But if the original were gray, I think we should stick with that.
Okay.
It's my own feeling.
This gray that's depicted there, is that the
Yeah.
original? Sort of
no,
battleship
They
gray?
had an original picture, right? of it?
Yeah,
In black and white.
in black and white, but you can tell that the paint color is rather dark. Yeah, in gray and white. Val, thank you. Next.
Dan?
Diane, ready?
I'd go with the gray.
Okay. Everything else good?
Yep, I think it's a interesting problem. And somewhere I hope there's a description of the building. So that people come along and wonder what the hell a concrete building is doing
Can I answer
Yeah.
that?
in this
Yeah.
island.
Can I answer that?
Very good to point it out. So
Diane, it's been one, documented by Habs, and two, it was recently resurveyed under our survey and planning project with PAL, part of this last phase, or first phase, I should say. So yes, it has an updated survey.
Fantastic.
good.
I have a
Val,
question.
Yes.
Is the front of the building, that's not changing, right, with the 12/12?
No.
What color are those sash?
Do you mean the Quaker Meeting House?
The one, isn't there a piece in front of
Yeah.
this?
Well,
Yeah,
so
that's the
this
Quaker
concrete
Meeting.
building was actually an addition to the Quaker Meeting House.
What color are these windows, the wood frame?
Yeah, I like that.
Are they like a
Just that, the case-
Okay,
They're
so
just
I
Quaker
think they
gray.
should match.
Match the.
Quaker gray?
The clabbered.
All right.
I'll go on color.
Val, thank you. We'll go on everything. Yeah.
So I think given it is a separate structure. To the extent the Quaker gray matches up and doesn't contrast with the concrete structure. That's acceptable to me. If it contrasts more like the picture we saw. Then I think it needs to be, the tone needs to change. In order to better match the concrete, because I think it's going to read personally as more appropriate. That's more of a monolithic color. Than to have a color the window casing color match the windows on the wood structure. I think it's gonna look odd. That's number one on color. Number two, I think this is a huge net improvement. Number three, on Diane's point and Holly's point, it's not a condition of approval, but. I would like to think that you all have done a lot of work here and it's a small. Pictorial narrative in picture frames on the wall, historic picture frames, of course. Would be beneficial and it could include some of the history of the concrete structure. But it might take some heat off the HTC when people wonder what the hell we approved these single pane windows. And this historic structure, but this is a tremendous improvement. So thank you for the work you've all done.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. I'm good with the whole window thing, and to the whole window thing, the point that Val raised about the more wood than formerly, more wood, meaning less glass. The darker the gray, the more it's going to sort of lessen the distinction between the glass part of the window and the wood part of the window. So I'm actually in favor of darker gray. And by the way, the metal windows, those Hope's windows, they're always black. I mean, I don't think you can get them any other color. So I'm okay with the darker gray, but I will certainly go with the majority of the board on that one. I don't want to hold this up. And by the way, paint's cheap. They can repaint them at any time. Yes.
And just to add just a little bit to that point, like one of the things that we don't often notice when lights are off during the daylight is that glass looks black.
Black. Yeah, it looks
And
black.
so this will help, like you said, just help it disappear a little bit more.
Right.
Yeah, just a little bit more like what it did.
Just little punched apertures in this very
We don't have that little HDC color.
No. On the
no.
topic of color, I don't want to belabor this, but
Mm.
either here or in the field, but I think it's an important enough structure that maybe you guys are gonna prime them gray. Paint one of them the gray that's complementary. And we'll do a quick in and out approval. On
Love.
final
Yeah, I
color when
like
we get
that.
there,
Love that.
Good
Right?
idea.
Love that.
Everybody good with that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Make
So
that
that's my
your,
motion.
yeah.
Was that your motion?
Yeah, approved, subject to a
Field.
sample of complementary gray, complementary loosely interpreted based on what we said today. But obviously in stark contrast to contrast. So through staff, as approved subject, as submitted subject to review of the paint on site.
Would-
In situ.
And I'll just point out that this isn't an official application. This is a review, but taking this vote, I think, is important. And
Oh, I thought we had it now.
no, this is what this was. I don't even know where this all started, but I got a call from someone and they said, oh, just check it out. We want to make sure we're doing the right thing. And I took a look at it. I said, okay, well, it's different enough from what people are looking at right now that I really would like the board to review it. And I'm very happy that we did. And I'm very happy at the result. So I'm going to go with your motion. Okay, Stephen. All right. So all those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Can I just append and an application?
Yes, I was gonna say.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so we'll come back with an application
the
for the
fact,
color.
It's done. Just
Yeah,
in the
it's done.
application.
Yeah.
Staff,
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
and you write.
Let's take the vote.
Oh, right.
You never know. Okay, all those, Diane, go.
Linda Williams brought this up first.
Oh, perhaps she may have.
I don't know whether there was an app back then to pick up or not, but she went in, we spent a lot of time reviewing it. And the windows and all this stuff, so you might want to just look back.
As a revision.
Yeah, we can do a revision to a previous certificate when we come up with
There
a
you go.
color,
That's exactly what it
and that'll,
should be.
Through
We're good
staff.
with that.
Submit it, that will ratify our vote. Once it's in.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thanks a lot, you guys. Thanks for coming in and
Thank you, guys.
clarifying for us. Okay, next up, I think we're to old business. Did you guys cover consent with conditions?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, thank you. First up on old business is 43 Kendrick, which would be myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val, all of whom are here. Chip, are you there? And I think maybe Stephen Cohen might be on
Did
this.
we welcome Joe Paul today?
Oh, no.
I did.
Did you
Yeah.
officially?
He just.
Well,
stepped
I
right
did.
in.
I came in and shook his hand and said, well. maybe
Oh,
this is something I did.
no.
Okay, hello, team. Can you hear me now?
Okay, well, we can, but we have to do something very official. So everybody, do we have a pin?
Can I interrupt for a second?
Go ahead.
It's important.
Yeah,
Procedurally.
please.
It's not our agenda, we can ratify, but I would, out of context of the agenda, make a motion which we're gonna do anyways, to submit a letter to Jesse Dutra, thank him for his years of service.
Yeah.
Wonderful member of the
Yeah.
HTC, will be missed. We appreciate everything he did, and
Yeah.
that's my motion.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
I,
Aye,
And Mr.
definitely.
Chair, the floor is yours.
And so the next motion is, does anyone have a pin? Because we do this like, blood ceremony where we swap blood with the new member. Oh, there we go. Just everyone cut off the tip of their fingers and put them together. But welcome, Joe. Thank you. It's great having you. All right. So this brings us to our old business portion, and Chip, now you get to speak. So you know who your board is. We're all present. And can somebody tell me whether Steve Cohen is on board?
He's there.
All right.
He's muted.
Yes.
Okay. So Chip, are you speaking first on this or whom?
I only briefly that I am here, Chip Webster on behalf of the client, along with Stephen Cohen, who I believe will probably do most of the speaking. As you know, from the last meeting, this was held for further an opportunity for the members of the board to look at the information in more detail. So there was no additional material submitted. We have the same materials before us that we had last week. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, so I just want to be very clear that the only thing applied for today is the balusters on the second story balcony of the rear of the building. The construction of those balusters does not match the HGC approved plans. There are, I think, more balusters on the plans than there are in the field, and we would like them to either have the permit match or the construction match. Somewhat don't care, but it would obviously be easier if we just had the plans updated to match what was built in the field, which I believe is an extra 3 balusters. Is that right, Chip?
No, so this drawing illustrates it the best. In the upper left is what was approved, which is a total, I believe, of 11 balusters. What was constructed was, I believe, a total of 9. So everything is the same except the number of balusters, which of course means there's spaced out slightly further. So that is the change. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So we're essentially applying for a baluster configuration that is 2 less than what was previously approved. Nothing else about the house is being requested or up for approval, and nothing about whether or not this is visible or not visible is really a question for you. We are asserting that the balance, we're not claiming any lack of visibility for the balusters. So I would appreciate it if the board would focus only on the question in front of it and preferably approve 9 balusters instead of 11, since I'm not sure it really matters.
Okay. Thank you. Holly, anything? Nothing. Okay, I guess that leaves, anyone else want to speak on this before it goes to the board members?
there's no pictures of the houses that exist.
Photos or,
Photos.
Yeah, there's a separate file.
Okay.
does she not have it? Let's see if it's in the package here. You're seeing it, right, Stephen?
I don't have my tablet. with
Oh,
me.
you
I
don't?
Got it, but I did.
Oh, okay.
I thought I saw
Let me check.
it. Yeah, I saw it when I was reading.
Okay.
It was right.
Well, there are photos in here. Hey,
In the
Val. I'm looking at HDC 1. The drawing labeled HDC 1 has these.
Yeah, he's looking in the application file. You don't have it in there?
I'm just looking at.
No, in the
You know-
application file itself, there's a sheet with images, but there was a link to images. Maybe I was on the maybe I had gone to the previous meeting that we heard this.
Okay. The only pictures I have are from the road.
Yeah. I don't-
Yeah.
Is there a picture folder?
No. So
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
that up.
So the photographs that are included are taken from the road, not from the way where the visibility is being contested.
You know, what John McLaughlin would say,
Everything's visible from everywhere.
and pictures are always.
If only it were so. Oh, yeah, that's true, right? Yeah. That
Here we
one
go.
too. Yeah, that. Right. Okay. Which, by the way, I'm pretty sure somebody please confirm this. That was taken from a public way.
So just for the record, Lancashire, or however you want to pronounce it, is not a public way. It's all those roads out there are private ways, but as the board should be aware.
Okay, let me clarify what I just said. It is a publicly traveled way.
Yeah, so your jurisdiction comes from whether or not the way is a public way or a private way laid out on a planning board approved plan. And all of these roads are land court and planning board approved roads. So there's no question of jurisdiction from those ways.
Thank you.
So, and if I may, Ray, answer your question further. This, I believe, is a photograph that was taken by Bill during his inspection.
Billy is right here, ready to speak on this photo.
Okay, yeah. So I'll let him speak to that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So Billy Saad, land use specialist for the record. Yeah, this was taken from Lancashire and it is a paper road. I mean, I will say, took me a little bit to find this road when I went out there. It was overgrown, trying to get back in there. I've never lived in Tom Nevers, so I don't have as intimate a knowledge of Tom Nevers as maybe people that live out there, but it's definitely not a highly traveled area from what I can see.
Any poison ivy out there?
I mean, it was
Not
thick.
at Tom Nevers.
It's thick back there, but there is a path. I mean, it just becomes a matter of, it is visible from that path.
Okay, Billy, thank you for the clarification. Okay, now board members.
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
So, I mean, I just want to clarify, the topic of discussion is the as-built condition, which is out of compliance.
Mhm.
And that's, you know, whatever is as-built, it's out of compliance. Just that. I'm not suggesting there is, but that's the scope of what we're here to discuss. For me, you know, I had someone they saw the article and they asked if it was part of the TD pavilion. It's kind of like a Chicago urban.
The TD,
retail.
yeah, okay, yeah.
To Boston. So, but that isn't part of this, discussion. My concerns are twofold. One is a matter that isn't included in the application, which if you look, can you zoom in on the chimney, either chimney? Like get up there close, like 5 clicks. Keep going. I want to see the grain. Keep going. Keep going.
Did you ask about the
Keep
stone?
going.
thing? Oh, the fact that it's rendered as brick.
Yeah, so I know that in one of these, it says stone tile, but the graphics is a brick. And I don't know whether the original application included an image of what's actually applied, which appears to be a granite tile, rough cut base. And the pattern seems to be much more random. I'm just going from memory here from images. Than this kind of a brick running bond pattern that's shown. So that's a concern. And I'm just suggesting that wherever we come out of this, that one of the portions of the motions be to verify that if this is approved, whatever's approved, it's subject to the chimney materials being in compliance. So that isn't something that escapes us.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, I believe there were 11 balusters. It's been reduced to 8, or that order of magnitude.
Right.
To me, those are vertical elements that I think need to be replicated along the property line. How we normally would see vertical elements replicated in the landscape are trees and that. So there's, for me, it seems appropriate there would be 4 trees spread out along the rear property line in place of the 4 balusters that have been removed.
Let's,
I mean, an eye for an eye.
Interest, okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
Can I ask a question?
You
now?
may, of course.
I'm listening to what Steve Cohen said, and I want to know what facade is being reviewed now with the old windows, with those.
Yeah, oh, well, it's all built, you know, so did it,
The balustrade.
does that answer your question?
Say it again.
Well, it's all built.
I know it's built. but
Okay.
I thought we were.
We're only, the only question in front of you is whether
I
we're
just
doing
didn't want to
the balusters.
without knowing what was included, because I think it's important.
Gotcha.
It's just a balustrade on the,
Yeah, on the
south and the sides.
On the 3rd floor.
So
Anything, Diane? Or was that just a clarification?
that I wanted that clarification.
Okay.
And I think that what was approved should be done, but if we take an alternate, for putting up trees or something to make up for the missing balustrade, it would, perhaps that would be better to do.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Let's see, that leaves Val and Abby.
I'll go.
Very good.
Okay. So the application before us is merely about posts being decreased, which to me is pretty irrelevant. And so in terms of this application, it is approvable. But I do want to say, knowing the grave concerns that we had from the onset about most of this from the 1st floor up, and the reservations to approve that were always based on lack of visibility and sworn testimony during the hearings, I feel that our process has failed us as people reviewing applications, and the return requests for the items that were removed for the initial approval got placed back on the consent agenda, were probably placed on there because of the no visibility clause from the first approval. And I just want to say that I personally take responsibility for not having reviewed this closer when it was put on the consent agenda. And I'm sorry that I did not challenge it. This is an example of homeowners building with themselves in mind and not Nantucket. And unfortunately, the promises of can't be seen will no longer be a condition that I trust when making an approval based on that. And I hope to scrutinize every plan from here on out to the nth degree, because this is unfortunate.
Well said, Val. Well said. Thank you. Abby.
Yeah, if I could have said that, I would have said that too. But,
You can say something like what she said.
yeah,
Yeah, what she said.
yeah,
Yeah.
if I could say that, I would say that.
You can.
But we're only talking about a couple of balustrades, so, you know, I just, yeah, no, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Proposed.
All right. So thank you, Abby. So I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. I think a railing on a 3rd floor of anything is inappropriate, regardless of whether it has 11 posts or 8 posts or 7 posts or 1 post or 50 posts. They're all inappropriate. So what is approved is inappropriate. What was built is inappropriate. What's being proposed is inappropriate. I'm not in favor of it. I'm not in favor of the substrate. I believe that this building was approved on false pretenses, and I'm not in favor of it. But Let's see how the vote goes.
I'll make a motion,
Sure.
through staff. No, well, before I make a motion, I consider this a shared responsibility. I too sat on the consent, and I know this was in the packet.
We've gone through a not an insignificant amount of discussion with the applicant's agent prior to approval of the structure, specifically related to eliminating all of these atypical features. I believe that was registered. We had no reason to presume that anything else was submitted, and that would be contrary to that. So I mistakenly went ahead without reviewing that particular application, and I regret it. But having said, there's a shared responsibility. We missed it, but it is something that on a third floor, I don't want to bring in the old stuff. It's inappropriate, in my mind, to be on this particular structure, giving its presentation to the publicly traveled way, to have to eliminate vertical elements without replacing them with some others. As such, the motion is through staff to approve as submitted, replacing the 4 vertical elements being removed with on the structure with 4 vertical elements along the property border. Those vertical elements along the property border being no less than a 3-inch caliper tree in each of the 4 locations. I'd suggest London Plain, because after all, there's a plane there. And subject to any as-built fees or fines.
The property line meaning Kendrick.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean the other one. What's
the rear property line?
Yeah, what's the name of that paper?
Lancashire.
Lancashire. Yeah.
So I do have a technical question if Stephen's done.
Yes, Stephen.
So, without getting into whether or not requiring 3-inch caliber trees is legal or illegal, I do believe that the property line is scrub oak, and that Mr. Welch probably does not want us removing native vegetation to replace it. So he may want to give the staff a little bit more room on that requirement.
Can we go to the site plan, please?
Through the chair, I might add that earlier on, there was a landscape plan proposed that was reviewed that indicated adding some trees, and they were specifically located at along the sight line from this path where that picture was taken. It's not in the application, but you could potentially reference that landscape plan that was already prepared that does show what you're describing. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my suggestion would be, if you're doing it through staff, that the location should be to minimize visibility and allow the staff to.
Well, yeah, Stephen Cohen.
Motion is.
We're gonna circle back around to it, but Stephen Welch's intention, obviously, is to screen this where it is visible from the paper road.
Yeah.
To the degree that we comply with that, obviously, that's the goal.
So
That's
right.
why he's doing that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, because we're trying to go off the motion, but that's okay.
Yeah.
For me, screening at the property line is most effective because it puts the visual screening closest to a prospective passerby. And therefore, due to the angles of view, it limits, mitigates, obliterates some elements of the structure. So I think that's, I would like it to be along the property line, the rear property line, which I understand would be Lancashire.
Yes.
And would be 4 evenly spaced, 1 in each corner and 2 spaced. Evenly spaced within and along the property line. So the motion is through staff. 4 vertical elements on the house to replace the 4 vertical elements in the landscape. being 3-inch caliper trees along the rear property line with Lancashire, 1 in each corner and 2 evenly spaced along the remaining property line.
Okay,
Any as-built fees, and any fines.
okay. Thank you, Stephen, for the motion. It's this little, that little path, right? No, it's a paper road. Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, I'm actually in favor of that. Didn't think I would be, but I am. Stephen, you're in favor of your motion, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not. Okay, so the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Did I get that right? All right, so there we are. Thank you. And now, let's see.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Yeah, thanks. Do we have somebody to rep Shelter 7? Yes,
He's
Oh.
here.
there you are. Okay,
This
I
one's
gotta go
me.
make yeah, that one's you and the next one's you. So I gotta just go make a quick phone call. I'll be right back.
All right.
It smells like pizza.
Oh. All right. Let's take it. Hey, all right. So, Jason, welcome.
Hi.
We got the site plan. Let's get the site plan up. Why don't you start? Your board is myself, Abby, Diane, Connie, no alternates, none recused. Right,
Okay.
Jason.
I think the motion was to hold for revisions and to provide additional photos. As we mentioned, many of the surrounding neighbors do have secondary homes. And just to give you some context of this property. So if you start on this page here, north elevation, which we kind of changed quite a bit, taking in many of the commissioners' comments. And here on this north elevation, we added back in the chimney, which was something which was requested. We changed all the windows to 6/6, as that was typical of the existing structure. I think we had 2 facing gables kind of coming out, and that was the concern. So I kind of made on the left side of that north elevation, there's a shed now, which kind of mimics the one on the far right, and kind of gives in profile gives it the same look on both sides of the house. So we removed that forward facing gable, and to kind of change some fenestration to match kind of the existing shed with adding the hopper windows facing this elevation. Going down to the east, you can see the chimney there and some hopper windows. And we removed the dormer here on the front too. We removed the dormer. On the side, we removed the dormer. And then scroll to the next page in the file. Removed all the French doors and the dormer. And on the west, kind of the most original side of the house, there's the back entrance now with a little hopper window there on the left. And that's the gist of it. We changed some eave heights to give it some more, so it wasn't all kind of monotonous with the same height, and added some different window sizes to make the fenestration a little more quirky, like asthmatic it is. So there you have it.
Thank you, Jason. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1938 structure on Nantucket. There is an old HDC survey on file. Appreciate the changes and retaining that softbox silhouette in the low profile, and no proposed dormers, introducing a new character feature, so that's not appropriate. So appreciate that. No concerns on the revision. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Are there any abutters? Okay, do we have anything from anyone else? Maybe it didn't, Eric didn't do anything. Okay, are there any questions for Jason? Or you guys just want to go into any potential concerns? Again, it's Abby, Diane, and Connie. And myself.
I can go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's, I like the revisions. I think it's sensitively done. I think, maybe like the door you have on the west elevation could be, like a tongue and groove with a small window in it so that it harkens back to a more of a boathouse feel. And I see you have a couple of those, just single French doors or, combination six light and panels. So I think that would be a nice detail. Other than that, I think it's nicely done.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I think it's good. The doorway probably would look very well the way that Abby described it. And I think it's a good job on the redoing of it.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I agree. I appreciate all the changes. It's more reminiscent of the original structure and I think that's great.
Thank you. Jason, I think you did a great job with this. Overall, it's refreshing not to be looking at a two-story structure being proposed or a demo move off. So as is, I think it's approvable. I would, if it's in your program, suggest if you can't do V-groove, full V-groove door, is to try and marry the concept of like a Dutch door, cottagey look with V-groove on the bottom, something along those lines. And or if the trims were more to look like a plank frame variety, I think this thing is going to nestle into the character and setting of Nantucket like it's been there for forever and a day. How about a motion?
Motion to approve with French doors. I guess there are two, well, there's one and the other one almost appears like what I would rather see. So on that west elevation. Is that
On the west, that's a 9 light with a 2 panel.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Abby, can you clarify that?
Well,
I mean, I get the locations, but I wasn't sure what you wanted to.
this is the one I think it's a bit inappropriate.
Oh, I got you.
Like that.
So you're thinking more of a.
More of a, I thought that was I actually thought that was a V group, but it's not. Or a Dutch door, just something sort of Nantucket-y.
We're straight, and what do you got?
Dutch door.
Dutch door
Try
instead
it.
of a French.
Well, I mean, I remove this big 3 and what was the other thing you mentioned?
Well, why don't you
Abby?
speak to visibility of the south elevation first? Is that
Well,
something-
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't want to say anything
Okay,
about
well,
that
that's
these days.
Yeah, well,
Back to
David
your-
mentioned plank.
What,
window.
what exactly do you mean by that?
So it's a thicker, it's like cut out of plank material.
Okay,
So it's a thicker depth, not necessarily a thicker width. In fact, they're not quite.
more than 5/4?
Yeah, it's more like 8/4 stock
Okay.
and thicker steel material.
Yeah.
So
That's my motion.
that's your motion. So the French door would be,
Door on the south and west elevation and the blank framing on throughout.
Okay.
okay, and then that will be through staff.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Thank you.
Unanimous. Okay, we're gonna take a 7-minute break for a little sustenance. We'll be back here at 5:37.
Twizzler. We have to have a Twizzler. Can you open that Twizzler? Maybe we have one open. I have pretzel. Diane. Why didn't we do with that stupid hickory?
We're doing it.
That.
What stupid hickory?
I got.
You have to have one slice of pizza.
And you gave it doesn't work.
You want one?
No, that's right. I'd make it work.
Right. Yeah. Mine are.
Okay. Now we
Damn, that
are
one's is good.
on to 6 Hickory Meadow. Good evening. Hold for 1 second. We're waiting for one member to return. And I'll note that one of our members, Terry Thornwell, was not present. And what that means effectively is you're down to, excuse me, a 4-person board versus 5. You okay to proceed? Okay, just to double check. Your board is myself, Abby, Diane, and Val. And why don't we go with the site plan? Or if you just want to jump to images and walk us through what revisions you made.
So I'm Scott Fritz for the represents for the 6 Hickory Meadow Lane owners. And based from the last presentation, made the changes that were discussed on the red bubbles. First item I'll talk about are the gates. We lowered the gate
Hickory.
to 5 feet as requested, and there was a note about putting a wire across the top because it's going to be the place where the deer can jump in. So if we need to, we don't want to put a wire across, but if we have a problem, we put like a high tensile wire just across the top to try to deter the deer from jumping into that.
Okay, and what's the fence height?
That's how it's
Gonna stay at 7?
yes, 7. I think it was 7.3 to 7.6.
7.6.
Yes, so it varies
I
across.
thought it was to come down to 5.
So I just, you know what, just give me 1 second here. I'm just gonna run it through it. It was either, where we left it was wood painted, green, metal posts, wire mesh, gate 5 feet with wire or without, or 7'6". Within property minimum 5 feet. And that was it. So is there anything inconsistent with that motion
No,
that you're proposing?
no.
I'm just trying to cut to the chase.
Yeah,
You-
yeah.
you
So
know
the
where-
fence itself, so basically we're taking off so getting back to the other, so there's the gate and that's the detail of that.
And what color?
Weathered.
Okay,
It's cedar weathered. No treatment.
okay. And then,
Unless you
can we go back to the site plan, please?
It's confusing because there's a bunch of different site plans.
Yeah, well, is there one that's?
One is for this particular one is for planting, but I just wanted to make it clear on each of them. So this shows that there is planting in front of the fence. So from where the driveway area is, the fence is being set back. In one area, I believe it's 25 feet over to the other end to 15 feet. So on the right-hand side, it's like 25 feet from the road. And on the left-hand side, it's 15 feet from the road. And that area, this plan shows the planting. But just for clarification, I put in red where these fence details were.
Okay.
I'm
I'm gonna summarize and get him to acknowledge one way or the other, so we're clear in our
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, because each one has a
Like,
different. number.
Yeah, we're gonna probably just do a through staff to clarify. It's Scott, correct?
Yes, it is.
Scott, on the, what about, so 5 feet back on the sides, what about the rear? Of the property line?
That was, I think there is
Can we go to?
it was kept at the property line on the back because there is a buffer. We're just gonna plant in that buffers area between Westchester and the fence.
Okay, so our issue with that historically is that without the buffer on the property, it's not something that the HDC can, as a condition of approval, for instance, say, subject to screening by plant material at time of inspection and thereafter. We can't actually enforce that because where you would have to put the plant material is in the public right of way.
Got it.
So we would request that in all instances, the fence be moved 5 feet from the property line so that the screening material can be put in place. And as a condition of the approval be maintained by the property owner. That's all right.
Accepted, yes.
Okay, so we've got a weather gate 5 feet tall, the fence moved back from the rear and the sides 5 feet, from the front 15 feet.
Yeah.
From Hickory.
The one corner, the short side is 15, but then as you,
Can we go back to the same one, please?
yeah.
Yeah, because these images of what was there are.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a hand raised. I think it's in
Okay,
the
yeah,
letter.
we're just doing informational. Thank you. Can we zoom in a little bit on the right side of the site plan? Okay, so Scott, can you describe, oh, you're saying that the fence will be 15 feet from the property line, except for where the gate is, it will be further back.
Yes, so on the short side, toward the bottom, that's where it's 15 feet from the road. Then as you go down Hickory Meadow Lane, on the upper part, which is to the left, it's 25 feet from the road is where the fence would be located.
Okay, and just on an informational basis, you're suggesting instead of 15 feet back along its length, they're averaging that depth because, for instance, here it's 10 feet and here it's 20 feet, and it looks like it kind of midline.
Oh, I think that's actually 15 feet there.
Well, that's a,
One says 10
and
and one says.
Okay, so that's incorrect. It is 50, that dimension is 15 feet.
So when we characterize this in a motion, it will be 15 to 25 feet along its length as shown
Correct.
in a site plan. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, any other informational anyone would like?
Yeah, just a question, to clarify, there's a red line going across, going all the way around the property.
Yes.
You're saying that it's going to be, it's going to go in from that property line. It's not exactly where you have that red line. It's going to be,
Yeah, so there's planting on this lower portion along the property line, there's proposed a dense planting of native plants that will be ear resistant between the fence. It's an area of 5 feet that will be planted in that area.
so I'm just saying, so is the property line, bling, bling, bling. all the
Yeah,
way around.
Yeah,
This is where you're going to put the posts and the
Yes,
black mesh.
yeah.
And what is,
that space is 5 feet. Oh, that line is just a projection line from the set side fence 5 feet. from the
Scott,
property line.
I just want to clear this 5 feet from the property line,
Correct,
parallel to the property.
correct.
so this is actually 5 feet in.
This is the property.
So based on the width of its lot.
So this is 5 feet.
That's 5 feet, right?
But it.
Just
It looks
information.
like it- Sorry, it looks like it's right on the property line. That's what's confusing. me.
This is.
But it's gonna, it right, it is, but I just want to clarify one thing. We're gonna make a motion that clarifies the site. When we get to that. Right now, we're just doing informational, but when we get to the point, after we hear the neighbors speak, any interested parties, we come to our decision. Our motion can eliminate the site plan altogether, simply state what it is we want.
No, I'm just questioning it because it doesn't look like 5 feet. It looks like it's right on the property line, so
Right.
it's confusing.
I think because of the scale, you know how many, what scale of house square footage is a lot? Roughly.
It's over 2 acres.
Yes, it's a huge-
I mean, that's a very large scale, so that's why if you go to the other plan, it's a blow up. But
Right.
that's at a different scale.
But,
And-
okay, but I don't think we need to. And it's-
We'll write it up and-
yeah, it's gonna be 5 feet or more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? just at this point. Yeah. No, we're good. I- We have a hand up, we have a member of the, we have a member and a butter here. Himself earlier in the meeting. We're gonna start with this gentleman. All right, so.
You ready?
Welcome to HCC, if you just please state your name and street address for the record.
Sure, I'm Mark Evans. We own 2 Hickory Meadows, so we're the front lot. I'm the head of our HOA, and let me say, I'm just here to really give background information. I'm thrilled you guys are going to decide this. Okay. There's the Panners are good friends of ours. There's 6 families. The people most affected by this are at 4 and at 8. 8 are new neighbors. It's a very close neighborhood. There are just 6 of us. Everybody has more than 2 acres and are real close friends. This has become a real issue with some of the people that you probably have gotten that. No one's really sure what the laws are. I think at the end of the day, when you decide this, whatever the distance is that you decide the fence should be back from the property lines, it ought to be the same between 4 and 6 and 6 and 8. It didn't appear to me that it was from the map, and it may well be. I'm not questioning that at all. I totally understand what you're saying about the back. All of these lots, other than mine, I'm right next to the animal hospital. So we basically are the square on top of the hill. Everybody else is a rectangle. Oddly enough, there are only about 3 of us that own the road. It's a private road. Westchester is the public road. And that's why I think you had the issues with the right of way there. So I think what the group is concerned about is simply you figuring out if it's the right height, looks the right way, but it is off people's property lines. 2, that it is screened by appropriate planning. If anybody goes right now and takes a look at it, everyone has done a great job on landscaping their properties, and the Panners have done a wonderful job just recently doing that. And so I know they're trying to protect their property. Nobody else has put up a fence like this. I think that's what's caused the concern for the people at 4 and at 8. Again, 8 are brand new purchasers and kind of have come into this late. There has been an issue that I think you're aware of with where the fence was. Was it really on 8's property line? And I think that has been solved. At least it's my understanding. There was about a 60-foot discrepancy there that the private parties are working on. And that brings me to the last point of it, which is, again, on Hickory, which is a private road, we don't have that anywhere. They do have it, and I assume that you guys have decided that they can do that. It's just, what is the appropriate distance? I haven't gone out to look at it or try to measure it. And again, I am the least affected because I would only walk back down by the property, and we're, like I said, on the corner, but I think everybody else is. So it's just, I've watched this process today. It's been fascinating with watching how you guys do this. And I think the group is really happy to let you all solve it, because you do a great job in doing that. But again, I think it's unusual to have it. I think everyone would like to see it, properly landscaped so it goes away. And that may well be their intent. And then to, however you decide it, make it the same on both sides, whatever the setback's going to be from 4 and from 8, that it should be identical. And then I would like to have it, I think 10 feet, if it's kind of, you said an average of 20, 10's pretty close, just considering that no one else has a fence. I don't think anyone's going to do that. Just the way it works out, 8, 10, and 11, which are the other 3, the road dies there. So it's really unusual, again, that our property, I didn't even know it when we built it, owns the big part of the road, and then 4 and 6 own the rest of the road. Everybody has an easement to use it. Okay, so that's really it for me. I just, I'm thrilled you guys are going to do this, and just like to have harmony back with all of our group, which has always been the case. And I know the fence is that they need it, is going to be there. We just want to try to make it
in a way that, that benefits everyone. I know that, Sarah, do you want to say that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, come on up.
That's it for me. Thank you guys
Thank you.
very much.
Hi, my name is Sarah Koch, and I am actually at 4 Hickory Meadow. I'm going to kind of piggyback off of what Mark said. I really appreciate all the research you guys are doing. We've been listening to the meetings from afar. We appreciate that very much. I think the Panners, we have a great relationship with them and have been in communication with them. In addition to what Mark said, I think we'd actually, it is unusual for the street to have this fence, as you guys have probably seen. One, the aesthetic of the fence, which I have not seen anywhere. I think we're all dealing with the same issue in Nantucket, which is deer and, affecting our plants. And I know they are as well, but we all sort of went through the proper channels with you guys to have our fence approved properly and to have the right fence. But in addition to that, aesthetically make it look like it blends in with the landscape. And this is what our concern is, which the Panners are very aware of. Aesthetically, this really looks like Home Depot. It goes right to the road, and 15 feet honestly is not enough. We would like it 30 feet from the road, front and back. It really makes it look like a fully enclosed property, which I think is really rare here. And the fence, aesthetically, I think you guys also recommended that the top post and the bottom post to be taken out. We would really like that as well. We don't like how it looks, regardless of whether there's landscape or plantings put outside of it. No matter what you put outside of it, you're still going to see that frame on the top and the bottom, which again is unusual for Nantucket. So we appreciate your time. But I think that the more that this can be moved in, and so that it's not so jarring when you're coming down the street, you see it right away before you even get to our property at 4. It stands right out. And I don't think any amount of landscaping is going to stop that. So yeah, in addition, push it in on the sides for sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank
Can I
you.
say one last thing?
I'm not saying I'm gonna go out.
I'm leaving. I think Sarah probably gave more of the sentiment of the rest of the neighbors who are affected. Again, and we just appreciate you all, whatever you come up with, we're all going to live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Steven, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks very much. Hi, it's Stephen Hoffmeister. I'm the owner of, my wife and I are the owners of number 8 Hickory Meadow Lane. Again, just echo the thanks to the commission, and thanks to you, Scott, for your patience here. My question was really just to clarify that in fact there was going to be a setback on our property line. Certainly I would agree with the comments from Mark and Sarah, but specific to our property, the fence is currently constructed is basically right on the property line, and I think both parties engineers have determined that there's a significant portion of the fence that is today on our property, about 60 feet. That's neither here nor there. The Panners have agreed to move it, and we believe it's just accidental. But in any event, if we're doing a 5-foot setback, 10 feet, whatever it is, we just want to make sure it applies to our side. It looks like the drawings, if I'm not mistaken, have a little bit of a cutout on the Cottage property for maybe a quarter of the property length, and then it reverts to going back to the property line, which seems totally out of bounds relative to what was discussed at the last HDC meeting, where I thought it was a minimum 5 to 10 feet inset inside the property line on the sides of the property. So just a clarification that in fact we were going to get that 5 to 10 feet on our side. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Appreciate it. Who'd like to go?
I'll go if you want.
Yeah, please.
I had one point to add. We didn't look at it, but the proposal is to remove the top and bottom boards on the fence. So the only thing you would see is the posts.
Yeah, it certainly would. We appreciate your extent. Go ahead.
Okay. If you look at the site plan with going down Hickory Hill Road and Hickory Meadow, you'll see the other houses that are along there and the other houses over and going to the hospital, the vet hospital. This is the only one only one that's got a fence. We've been out there, looked around both sides, all around. No other fence in the property. This goes from it encloses the whole thing on the property line, which is the drawing that I see, that I am voting on. The fence is not, they are calling for the fence to be 7 foot or 7'6", 6 inches down from the 8 feet. We don't have 8 feet entirely around a property. It is ridiculous. It should be a 5 and 1, 6 feet, but not 7.5 feet. This is a house that's in a group, a home organization it is, and it is chaining themselves inside, and that is not appropriate. And to include the whole thing, the deer only can go certain places, and the fence should end. It shouldn't be important that it goes to Westchester or anything else. It should end up down just beyond the pool and end there, and the rest of the land be left open to be part of the countryside the way it is for the rest of the area. They're living in the country. This is not the city. And they should not treat it as it was a city. It should have the hedge that they are suggesting is not appropriate in the area to do a property line, but it should be 5 feet in from the technical property line, but it should have some come and go, not the whole thing going down whatever side this is, with hedges, because it's not a hedge place. This does not become part of the streetscape that is expected. The wire, it says remove the top and bottom, which indeed it should be, but the height of it, I have a problem with. The fence, they say they will go down to 5 foot. So why would you have the hedge, the fence 2 feet higher than the fence? Because the deer can go over the fence, they can go in the fence just as well as they can go somewhere else. So I think that they have to do more work with attacking the deer from the inside and not putting it on their neighbor's property. I think that it cuts out the movement from one house to the other. And as I say, look at that site plan, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other houses, all in the same area with no fence.
Okay, thank you, Diane. We'll wait for next.
For me, right? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. It's, yeah, Bell.
I can go briefly if you want, Val.
Sure.
You ready? So yeah, I'm with Diane on this. We're trying to avoid the caged in effect. And what I would propose would be on the front 15 to 20 feet off the road. You would have the fencing going up to the main gate, but in front of that, it should be varied screening of different vegetation. So it's not rows of like arborvitae or something like that, that's not rural. And I would propose the same on the sides. I think more than 5 feet off the property line. Maybe it's 10, because if the idea is to put vegetation on the neighbor's side. And also, again, varying vegetation, not just, rows of columnar pines of some sort, something that looks naturalistic to the neighborhood. And that's what I would do on the sides. And I'm not sure about the back. I mean, I'm just trying to avoid that sort of.
Can I
fenced in
speak
part.
to that?
1 second.
Okay.
I want to get Bill's comments and then we can do a quick wrap up, and I'll comment. Thank you. Yeah,
I don't need to repeat what's been said. It needs to come off the property line. I am looking back at a prior application with the neighbor's black fence, black metal with the wire. And that seems to blend in pretty well. Yeah, and I agree with Diane. I don't see why it has to go all the way down to Westchester Street. It could afford a decent sized backyard. There's 500 feet on each side plus. And then just let the rest be natural vegetation. Less is more.
can we scroll down a little bit? I'm sorry, up to the scroll down. Yeah, so we can see the back. I just want to get a better view of the lot. There we go. Okay, and now, do you have a specific area in mind along the rear?
No, I'm just agreeing with everyone. It doesn't need to be totally closed in like a castle with a moat.
Thank you. So, Scott, you want to comment or you want me to go on?
Oh, just
you go ahead?
the planting that we had proposed is all native vegetation across the street from the property. That whole line along there is all native vegetation that comes up to the street and past. When you go down the street farther at, I believe it's 10 and 11, those properties are both fenced in with native vegetation coming up to the street. So it's not, as it's said, it's not the only property that's fenced. Now, the other properties, I looked through the records, they are not permitted fences. So, I mean, so there's an issue with that, but the planting is to look native and loose,
Yeah,
not a hedge. There are no hedges at all. It's all
Trees.
native
you guys look
vegetation
that
that
he
the deer
has.
will not eat.
There's a line of.
Right, so long, so.
Well,
And I'm gonna get Scott, hold on.
Okay.
So I'm gonna address that in my comments. So I think, for me, it's that, I'll get to the rural planting. The fence, the concept of these fences are there, that they are. Largely so that they aren't becoming a symbolism of partitioning the public from the private behind a gate, behind a large fence.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Appreciate if you listen to my little photo. Thank you. The concept is that it's invisible fence. And it's not to be viewed or serve as a partition of privacy. And to that end, it's pressure treated wood with either green or black wire mesh with screening, and then it literally disappears into the landscape material. The gate, I'm fine with a 5-foot natural to weather submitted. The fence, PT post natural to weather. I believe that's submitted. No top or bottom rail is submitted. Wire mesh, again, black or dark green. I think a minimum of 7 feet. I originally said 5 to 10. I think 7 feet from the side and the rear lot lines. I'll get back to the rear lot line in a minute. 7 feet gives you more space, so you're not dealing with this line of plant material. You can have a little bit more space. 10 would be better. So I'm on board with that too. I do note that most of the, not all, but a lot of the property area along the sides is vegetative in nature. So we want to supplement it with materials that look similar but are effective screens. In terms of the proximity to the property, 15 feet from the nearest point along Hickory Meadow, minimum 25 feet at its furthest point along Hickory Meadow, except at the gate, which shall be a minimum of 30 feet from Hickory Meadow. And screening along the front and the side for page 7, placements and type, noting that there should be no linear planting forms. That's where I am with it. What do you want to do?
Did Val go?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Make a motion.
Want to make a motion?
Sure, I can try, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I would start with off Hickory Meadow. I would say 15 to 20 feet off Hickory Meadow.
25.
25? Okay, 25 off, this is for the fencing and the gate.
It's 30.
And the gate is 30. Okay, so 25 and 30 with vegetation along Hickory Meadow. Then on the sides, I'd say 10 feet off the property line with varying screening, just natural vegetation. I think you have viburnum, all that stuff, but not columnar, arborvitaes. But they can be just so it looks naturalistic. And then in the back, I'm not sure what we want. Do we want to leave it open or do we want it to be completely boxed in?
Well, so
That would
I
be-
would,
can we have an image up of, just so we have, can we have an image up so we have an image of the back street?
I do. That I took.
It's kind of like a hill and then there's fence.
You should see her pictures if you.
Yeah.
Well, I know I'd like to have it on the screen for people at home too.
That's what's up there now.
No, further down. No, further down. We don't have a picture of the rear.
There is.
I thought we did. Good comfort, you know, okay.
I do not know.
Well, why don't you, let's get to that so we know what we're looking at. So we have. a visual what we're talking about. Not that one.
That's it.
Okay. So the only point I was making about this with respect to visibility is that if it is 15 or 20 feet back from the street, and there are no top and bottom rails, you're not going to see it because it's on the top of it and further back. I'm not trying to persuade anyone. That's just my line of thought. Okay, anyone in the comment, please.
No, I have said what I think. I think that the fence in this area is inappropriate. And I think the pictures show it. They've had some time to start, so at least we could see what it could look like. And I don't know how long it will take to grow bicolor oak trees and American hollies. They're not little trees and they take some time to grow, so their ability to hide the fence is not up to date. If we say it has to be invisible as we do the pool at time of inspection.
So on that point, if we say a certain distance, regardless of plant material, not visible time inspection thereafter, it's on them. It's not something we have to worry about.
At 6 feet, not at 7 feet. What?
Whatever the height, I'm not.
Oh, I thought you said that. The only thing I say is a deer can go over an 8 foot. You're not going to stop them from going, but
What about something like this then? What if on the rear property line, wherever it ends up? 5-foot fence, 7-foot post with a wire fence.
we said that and
No, I'm saying to you.
yeah,
as opposed to having it be a 7-foot tall.
Right, I would go with that. I thought we agreed to that last time we met with
We
them.
did, but we're kind of revisiting it, so I'm just trying to see where we have.
No, I think that's is the best way to do it. It has worked, and the deer decide that they're not going to do it, so they, go some other way. But
I'll add that.
And you think what, 20 or 30 feet from the property line?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, well, we'll vote on it. I just want to see where we're at. Okay, so that's the rear property line. You covered, and you covered everything else. Natural to weather materials except for the layer mesh. So that's Abby's motion, which we'll write down. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Scott. We appreciate it. I guess
I need to get this.
we're gonna write it up.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll write it up.
And when do I?
That's a good question.
Right, so that's.
Well, staff, it'll be at least a week. For yeah.
Based on what you guys voted.
Yes. Thank you, sorry. So we're gonna write it up, and then you're gonna get a copy of it, and you can, I'll write it up.
It's all withdrawal.
And,
Like they, it says basically.
or Abby's writing it up now,
Okay.
so you can stop by the office and get a photocopy of it, or you can ask the office.
Okay,
to mail
so
you a copy.
I don't have.
And you're gonna, and you're gonna make revisions to your drawings. To conform to the motion. Resubmit it. Staff will review it, stamp it as approved.
Okay.
But when they do that, they can't do that till you get it in.
There we go.
You're gonna revise your drawing.
Okay. Okay. So then I need, if you can reiterate, if I'm revising the drawing, I need to have you reiterate what.
Right, we're doing that, and then you get a photocopy of it.
When will I?
We're writing it down. It'll be available tomorrow.
Okay,
Or you can listen to the tape.
okay,
It's basically what I had talked about when I made my points. The rear is gonna have 5
I
foot.
just want to make sure.
Just,
I present
Scott,
what's-
please, I'm trying to facilitate you getting the information.
Yeah.
And moving us along, because we spent way too much time on this.
Right.
We did.
It's basically the points that I had made. Which were summary points when I talked.
Mhm.
With the exception of the rear fence will be 20 feet from the rear property line. It will be 7-foot posts with a wire on the top. And 5-foot wire mesh fence. Otherwise, you can just listen to what I had stated.
So it's no longer.
Stephen, you gotta cut it, cut it.
5 foot and wire on.
On the rear of the property. So you can
Okay.
use your 7-foot posts on the side, but we gotta wrap it up.
Yeah.
Read through what I had, just listen through the tape and you'll be good. Trust me.
Okay. Next up, eight, wait a minute, where are we? 4 Mariner Way. Board, Ray, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val. Linda is up. She's here. Okay, let's go to that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. For a fence that was never applied for. I don't know about that. Try it out. That works. Okay, Linda, 4 Mariner Garage, let's go.
No longer a garage, it is now
Right.
a cottage.
Yep.
Now, a secondary dwelling was approved on 1 and 3 and 6 and 4 back in the day when Carp did never completed building them. I think your office had something to do with it, so you can't sit anyway, but it's now a house, a little cottage, little 1-bedroom cottage.
Okay. And I noticed also that you had made some miscellaneous changes just to the architecture.
Yeah.
In addition to removing the garage doors.
I
Yep.
don't have that plan.
That's funny, I do.
Ones we have.
Everybody else has it.
I must. be
Okay, of the
handy.
people sitting, who has the plan that shows the garage doors being removed? The reduction in height, the reduction in width, the reduction in length, da, da, da.
Otherwise, you'll just put it up on the board.
Well, that's fine too. Again, board, myself, I have the drawings. Stephen, do you have the drawings? Or
I've
do you,
looked at
or
it.
do you need them? Okay. Abby, do you have the drawings?
I'm just kidding here. Go to. something
Diane, do you
else.
have the drawings?
I think so.
All right, very good. And Val, have you found them?
What are we, Mariner Way?
Or Mariner Way, formerly a garage,
Now it's just a
a
cottage.
guest house formerly known as a garage. Okay. Well, okay, Linda, quick walkthrough. Tell us what you did.
Just what you said, made it smaller. Took
Well, I
out the
left a few
garage.
things out just so you had something to talk about.
No, I don't need anything to talk about. I've had enough talking about this particular structure.
Linda, always at a loss for words.
Yes, I am. And I think the architect may be up there, but I can't tell who's up there.
It doesn't matter. You go ahead. You're doing a great job.
Is he up there?
I had one thing to say.
Oh,
Hold on. Okay. So Linda, do you want me to do your presentation for you? Okay. Remove the garage. It's a guest house now. Width reduced by 2 feet, length reduced by 2 feet, height reduced by 4 inches, set back the dormer walls a foot from the exterior walls, reduced the dormer width by 6'2", and updated the doors and windows as per our comments.
yeah, and you've got the bubble on the plan of the everything that changed. It's actually on the plan. So yay.
Okay, so now, Stephen alerted me to I think a very nice procedural thing, which is at this point, I asked the board members, are there any questions, not comments, are there just questions on the application that our applicant can, clear up for us? Any questions? If not, then we're going to hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, Mariner Way is a infill subdivision within the OHD. Appreciate the changes to make this a small dwelling instead of a garage apartment. Appreciate that the side dormers are not flush as proposed before.
Can you start that last sentence again?
Sorry. Appreciate that the side dormers are not flush as before. They're actual traditional dormers coming off the ridge, off the sides as appropriate with building with Nantucket in mind. 1-story windows do seem to be very slender on the west elevation. So that would be something to maybe beef those up. They didn't seem to be the same style window. I couldn't really read which one was which, but it looked like they're very slender and narrow.
Okay.
I would recommend, if that hasn't been done already, Linda, to revise the COA.
Yeah.
So if I think that should be a condition, if the commission so inclined, that the COA is amended to reflect the change in the architecture and the structure itself.
Yep.
Based on the changes, I don't believe that this structure is going to be elevated due to FEMA flood. But I wanted that verified because we went from a garage that didn't need to be elevated to now a dwelling. So that would be something that I would want that verified. But as far as the architecture goes, those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sounds good, Holly. Mickey, anything?
Yep, just a couple things.
I
All right.
object on the record. just
Okay,
for the sake
gotcha.
of argument.
Thanks, Linda. Go ahead, Mickey.
So much better direction, big improvement. The couple comments about the front of the building, the south elevation, the front, this is an individual building. It should probably have a proper front door rather than a 9-light door. Typically that's used as a side door. Just to add a little bit more character to the front somehow, but the gable window at the top is a little small. And the other two windows on the first floor, they look kind of tall and narrow. I think they all need a little bit of adjusting. And that's it. Thank you.
And that's the west elevation, Mickey?
Well, the west and, all the first floor windows appear to be the same. So west, south, well, not all of them, but the long ones on the east, west, and south look like the same window, and they just all look kind of tall and skinny.
Okay. The 4 inches.
Yeah,
Okay. Yep.
I think that's going to be
That's easy.
across the board. Mickey, was that it?
That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else want to speak on this before I hand it over to the board? No. All right, who wants to speak?
I can be brief.
All right, love brevity.
I agree with the comments about the windows being a bit vertical
Mm.
and that's it.
Aside from that, do you think it's smashing?
I think it's smashing.
Okay.
Well, the front
fantastic.
door as well has to change.
All right, okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
On the west elevation, the first floor window, it should go in under the first window to the left on the dormer, as does
West.
the right-hand one.
Oh, you mean move that left window over?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's
Left
a
one?
little-
Yep.
Little more.
Got it.
And let's see, I think that this is the new one. I appreciate the dormers up there getting smaller. The window, the door will be good if it becomes, what, a 4-pane?
A four
Four
panel.
panel.
4 rather than the 6-9 window.
Okay,
I guess you can't do it because of the outdoor shower. On the north elevation, I would like those windows a little farther, but you got that outdoor shower right there, so you can't do that. If you change the outdoor shower, then I think it would be gooder to widen the distance between those windows. That's it. Thank you.
Diane, thank you. Let's see.
Val,
Val,
You sat on this.
Yeah.
Kendrick. Ugly.
Val, you ready? Stephen?
Yeah, my main concern was the front not looking like a front, so I agree, should have a standard front door with more trim.
Yeah.
Yes, to the window situation and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
So I just want to be clear, this went from being a house, to being a garage to a house.
Yeah.
there's no garage left.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Make the windows a little wider. Front door.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds like we have liftoff. So the motion would want to include making the front door, that would be on the south elevation, into a 4-panel door.
Yeah.
With more of a frontispiece around it, just enhance the trim around.
Yeah.
Widen, would we say widen all the windows? They're all that
I
narrow?
think they're all the same.
All the double hung windows
Yep.
anyway. And then Diane had made a point about
First,
what?
the first floor.
Well, I think they're all the same,
Well,
Steve.
this gable on the south and the second floor.
Yeah, it's not the same. Yeah.
And make
Okay.
that wide.
Okay, so is that, can anybody
Mr.
read?
Chair.
That looks like a 3 window or 2 window?
Number 2.
Is that what it says? I can't read that.
Oh, one.
Yeah, one. And Mr. Chair, I had one other thing.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just because how these are plans are a little different. I was looking at the space off of the ridge and it's not consistent on the revision. If there's any way to bring that off the ridge a little bit more than.
Oh, we
You
took
mean
the
the
height down.
dormers?
We took the whole height
Oh.
down, so you can't.
Hang on. You meant the dormers, right?
Yeah.
Correct. Yes,
We
sir.
it had to go this way because we had to lower the whole building.
Okay, Holly, thank you. It looks like they're slightly down off the dorm. Yeah, they are off the ridge.
I made them do like 6 inches, but
Could I ask a question?
Hang on, I'm being bombarded here. Stephen first, then Diane, go.
The windows, they're labeled 3, but ones from the previous submission would be more appropriate.
okay.
Got
One-
it,
The
thanks.
other one,
Diane,
Are we knowing what colors this building's going to be?
it matches the main house, which has already been approved.
Which we don't have. a
Well, I
picture
don't
of.
know what the main house.
and is this the
think-
one that has the wrong application? Yeah, this one has a Robbie Newman application.
Yeah, that was confusing.
What?
Right.
Highly confusing.
Incomplete.
Yes, it was a demolition, something.
That's later on.
No, I know it's later on, but
Has nothing to
It-
do with
like-
my minutes.
it has to do with in that it's attached.
Okay,
to
I
this.
didn't do that, but let's move on.
Gotcha. All right, so do we know what the colors are to whoever made that point?
Just
I
to match
think
house
what
that's
is-
already approved,
What?
Just match the house. It's already approved, obviously.
I'm
That's
okay with
not
that.
the answer. I do not think in this location, because it is in the old historic district. Whether you want to say it isn't, but it is. And I don't think that this guest house, whatever you want to call it, should have black trim on the windows, because you
But-
very rarely see it except in a very old house.
Is that what it has?
I don't know. I just know that
Yes,
it's going to
right
match
here.
the house. It's
Where do you
already
see that?
approved.
On the west elevation.
Okay, listen, we're sure straying here because we've already approved a house on the same site.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be inconsistent. Of course it would be, but we have Robbie Newman's
And
application.
we've seen it 100 times.
Among 5,000 other plans every week.
All right, can we,
It says here, Quaker gray windows door trim at typical and black sash windows. Right on its south elevation. Second one. Up for approval.
Diane gets a gold star. It does say black sashed
It
windows.
does.
Now, what that means in all likelihood is that that was what was approved on the
who
house.
approved the house? My goodness.
Who approved
We
it?
did it a long time ago.
Do you have that? Is that the application? What does it say?
Now,
Is it black sash?
Yep.
is that the guest house or the main house?
Yes. Guest house, but
Guest.
it's just to match the main house. I didn't put anything different on there.
All right, so kids, we're at a crossroads because we either decide and dig in our heels on the black sash on the guest house, in which case it won't match the main house. Would you prefer that? Oh, yeah. Holly, what? Hang on a second, Holly. Go.
So if you remember what the site plan looks like, this structure is actually up more towards Mariner Way
Oh, yeah,
versus the
we all-
main.
Yes.
So you wouldn't, if you're the passerby, you're not going to know that this structure is actually attached to that same
Oh.
lot.
Good point, Holly.
Actually, along that line, if I may,
Mm.
I think it should match the color of the trim of the house to the right of it, which is along Mariner Way, because it looks like it's the house.
Oh my God, are we gonna have
For
to
that
look for
house.
that?
But we don't know what that color is
Anyway,
anyway.
subject to that.
So you wanted to match 6?
Yeah, it looks like it's the garage for 6.
Okay, it's not a garage anymore. It's a
It
house.
looks like, oh, it's a house, so it'll be freestanding. So pick your color, Quaker gray, no black. Let's move on.
Yeah, thank you.
Love it.
Well, wait a minute. You got to match the one that's at 6 or match the one at 2
No.
or 4?
Here comes the motion. Here comes the motion.
This is crazy.
Stephen, the motion.
The windows labeled 3 to change to 1s.
Yeah, I got that
On
one.
the previous submission.
Right,
Trim to be Quaker gray, no black.
right.
All through staff.
What colors and
and one more
windows?
thing, the front door is gonna
And the
be,
front door to be a 4 panel with a front is trim built up.
there you go.
Hang on. What color are the windows?
Quaker gray.
So the trim
Everything
and the
Quaker
windows
gray.
are Quaker
Come in
gray?
with a revision.
Just like they used to do it.
Okay.
All right, that's the motion. On Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Hi.
Aye, any opposed?
And I
There we
think
go.
to add to that, Diane wanted that window on the west to move over so it lined up more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do
I
that.
included that.
Do that and Diane will be very happy.
Yeah,
with
and this is through staff.
Okay, 8 Sconset.
Good evening.
This would be Tori. Oh,
Yep.
there we are.
So when you're ready, I would love to establish.
Oh,
a
this is
board.
Stephen. Stephen is hosting your event.
Well,
Hang on.
yeah.
Cause I gotta write this up.
Yeah.
Uh,
Do you want me to do it?
yeah, I'd appreciate it. Oh, you're on it?
Oh, on. Oh. Well,
And
wait,
if I could
I'm an
explain-
alternate, hold
Yeah.
on. Oh, because Carrie's not here, nor is Jesse. So I am sitting on this. You want me to get the ball rolling while you're writing that up?
Yeah, if you don't, why don't you just take it?
So I'm not sharing, just to be you know, just to further confuse everything. But I am sitting on this. So the board is Stephen's chairing. We'll hear from Stephen in a moment. Abby, Diane, Connie, and yours truly. All right, so let's go.
Okay, wonderful.
Go.
So I'll start with the front and or east elevation, if you like.
and go through the changes we've made?
Yeah.
There should be blow ups of each individual elevation too, if that's easier. We can start there if you like. So first and foremost, we had a large dormer going across the entire front originally that we revised to 2 smaller dormers with a stud pocket in between the windows and the dormer. We have, as suggested, added a cross buck detail on the railing going to the basement. We've beefed up the trim around the front door. We've removed the hipped porch roof detail. Moving on to the south. We have a smaller dormer with a stud pocket again on the second floor. Both the existing house, which has a 9/12 pitch now, plus the new addition roof pitch have all been moved to a 10/12, which was suggested. We originally came in the first time, I think, with a 12/12 or an 11, something like that. So we're at 10/12 with both the addition and the existing home, but the existing home currently exists at 9/12. So we're making that a 10/12. All dormers and the porch roof are at 6/12. We've recessed the addition to locate it behind the existing dwelling now. If you remember, there was a funky cricket, I think Stephen called it, that was matching. The addition was out from the existing dwelling, and we've moved it behind the existing dwelling now to remove that and have a clean gable end with nice rake details. Moving on to the north. We've cleaned up the second floor dormers to the interior of the lot, and we've simplified the second floor dormers to the exterior street view sides. We've added the plate heights as requested. We've reduced the amount of French doors from 4 to 3 on the back. We've included all of the trash enclosures, outdoor shower, AC units to give as much detail as possible. You can see the roof change from the hipped roof on the front porch. And now moving to the west elevation, we've reduced the ridge height of the addition. We've gone over the 10/12, 6/12 roof pitches. We've created a 12 light with kick panels as suggested on the single door on the west elevation, the crossbuck detail again on the railing. And lastly, we've included cross sections as requested from north, south, and east, west with soffit details and porch roof details. And with that, I welcome your comments.
You wanna?
Yeah, thank you, Corey. What do we have?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, this is a non-contributing circa 1986 one-story cape, the existing structure. Appreciate the clear, visible plans. The flush dormers on the facade, though, are not appropriate and should actually be the traditional shed dormers. As rendered, the porch detail is much better. Thank you. On the south, the dormer needs to come off the ridge as required in building with Nantucket in mind. And as previously mentioned, the west and north dormers should not run into that wall. And I also think that the plans should show the existing structures, existing conditions, where it does not, it indicates, it's almost as if it's a brand new building. So I think that needs to be clear. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Who'd like to begin?
I can go.
Okay, Abby.
I think the dormers on the front, the gang dormers, I think they're overwhelming it. And I don't know, I kind of want to tone that down and maybe they could be smaller windows in the first floor to make it, you know, it's sort of a secondary. So it doesn't overwhelm the building itself. So those are my comments.
I'll go. Do you want? Did you?
Go ahead, Dan, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
On the south, on the,
Sorry, we were passing out, we're giving Ray, a little cough drop.
Rocks.
We're trying to quiet him down a little.
sounds
Diane,
good.
please go ahead. I'm
All right, on the south, the dormers should drop down from the roof and the windows split. And when it's, take the dormer in some and split them somewhat so they're not together. The west elevation is good. The north elevation, it's good. And I agree with Abby on the windows. On the front, that's a very busy little house. And I would make them either single windows or split them apart so that and make the dormer a little wider. And perhaps the dormers should not be flush, which I think they are at the moment. So that's all.
Thank you.
I'm in agreement with the dormers on the front or the east elevation. I have a question on both the south and the north. Are those French doors?
Yes. And I think the ones in the back are a custom slider. The ones on the north, excuse me. French doors on the south.
The doors. Okay, I guess, just concerned about the dormers.
And the doors,
I just think there's a lot.
a lot. So that was conviction.
There's a lot of doors,
Okay.
a lot of French doors.
Great.
I'm gonna go out on this. I don't find this building. So, whatever you use.
Okay, sounds good. Can we go to the first, I don't have a time. Okay. Go there for you folks at home. We get that at this point. Yeah, the dormers. I think that part of it is the lack of wall. It's just so difficult with a double window. Typically, if I see this in Wisconsin, I would see it, and it would be no shingles on either side, and it would be as it is now, it would be a single window. So it just looks interesting to me. On the other elements, I think it's the rear building. I think the dormer roof needs to be adjusted to align with the other terminations into the main roof. And we'll go to that one, please. Yeah. So that where the building terminates into the main roof should be adjusted downward. And because those are the sliding doors. Corey, can you speak to visibility on this elevation?
This is set over 15, 18 feet into the interior of that original structure. So I highly doubt, and there's houses in line with the original front part of this structure right next to it on all the way down the street, up and down. Angle of view is going to be minimum to none. Yeah.
We're visible.
Yep.
Okay, those are my comments. It sounds like this isn't gonna be an exhibit A.
Okay.
So we would want for the revisions And would somebody can make a motion?
Could I just clarify one thing? I just wanted to point out that they are not ganged windows in any of the dormers. We tried to include and show a stud pocket. So do you want the dormers to show a little more width and a little more space in between the windows?
Smaller for sure.
I think
Smaller windows, yep. Which would dictate more space in between.
Diane did want the windows. The rear dorm, not this rear, the other rear corner. With the, it has more windows.
On the south, I believe she,
Separate the windows.
so that was my point. They're all separated. Yeah. But maybe we need more.
Just a little more.
Yeah,
You got
okay.
The dormer is big enough to either.
Yes,
separate
to
it
move
or-
them. Okay.
Yeah, so instead of a structural wall, give it a other one.
Okay, got it.
Okay?
Yep.
Do I have a motion for this?
So, sorry.
Oh, any other?
So it won't be through staff exhibit A. It'll be,
No, we're gonna do, I think revisions.
okay, little things. Okay.
One more try on the motion.
Motion for revisions.
All in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries.
All
Great.
right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tori.
Okay, staff, do we have a board? It says commissioners to be added for town of Nantucket, 20 South Water. Do we know anything about that? Actually, I could probably look it up on my thing. Yeah.
Selection of new windows and front window survey. So, these were the first minutes we took as staff. When before Terry left.
So hang on. So when I look at this, when I pull up the the package for this, you have the whole thing bubbled in red, the minutes. Motion to approve through staff with the installation of a Green Mountain window and provide a window survey. In question, it says.
Yeah, that was my notation, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
I'm
that was
representing
yours?
this because Holly and I went back through everything and we couldn't find that it actually got approved and how it was approved and what was approved. So we put that in question just to make sure that if you guys remember approving this with a Green Mountain SDL window.
All right, I'm gonna suggest that we hold this till later in the meeting and one of the staff, please go to the meeting date and the meeting time and see what the motion was.
We did.
Mr.
We
Chairman,
have
there's much crosstalk.
Well, at least let's determine if a motion was made or not.
Multiple motions made.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 16 lots. It's very.
Mr.
But this
Chair,
is 20 South Water.
This is one East Chestnut, basically.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
there were 3 applications that the town of Nantucket through their architect SMRT submitted. One was 16 Broad Street, which you'll have this evening as new business.
Yes.
One was the old fire station / police station, and the one before you this evening also at 20 South Water Street, which makes it more confusing, AKA 3 East Chestnut is the old
One.
police station. Was it 1 East
Yeah,
Chestnut?
one East Chestnut.
And at that meeting back in February, the fire station was approved through staff. This structure and the other structure were reviewed. But essentially since 16 Broad Street, the big topic of conversation was having an SDL, Green Mountain versus TDL. And I believe these before you for the old police station, the little building that Wendell House was chief at, it is for TDL, but they want to have SDL across the board. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Yes. So that's another reason why once we realize, well, wait a minute, these minutes say approved through staff, subject to, window survey, which Linda has since done, just like the other application. So this is supposed to be old business before you all.
So in essence, we got to do both buildings.
So we're going to do the East Chestnut Street first, right?
Or I'd rather you do actually go to the next one. They're back to back. I'd rather you go to 16 Broad because we did a mock-up. Steve suggested
Okay, I
to
think
do
that's a
that
wise idea.
because you can tell the Green Mountain windows are
All right.
indistinguishable between the other ones because I gave you the pictures from 11 Pleasant
Okay.
Street.
Yeah, 11. No,
The 12 Broad Street's been on here before.
Yeah.
We didn't have a full board and now we haven't had even a less full board.
Hold on a minute, just point of information.
Yeah.
To Commissioner Oliver's point. We had asked that it be placed on the building
Yes,
so we could go and look at it,
correct.
but Dell did not get a notification to go and look at it.
It's not on the building. You suggested that we do the
Well,
go to 11 Pleasant Street, take
No,
a
no,
picture
no,
of those
okay.
and put them on the building. And that's what we did.
Okay. All right.
We cannot take a window out of that building.
That's not what you told us last.
Yeah. And then we decided that wasn't a good idea. And then I talked to Steve in the office and he said, we'll just have it photoshopped. So
You said that
he
if memory
photoshopped them into the
serves me,
building.
You told me, or somebody told me that there was a spot
There is,
where you could take a window out and you could put it in.
we can't.
Well, that's why I thought we were talking about it. We actually talked about this one.
No, you and I then talked in the office and you said Photoshop it and we did. We Photoshopped the entire building.
No, I didn't say that.
That doesn't,
No,
that doesn't cut it.
because the issue was to be able to see.
a sample of one of those windows.
No, that's not what our conversation was in the office.
Okay, listen, Linda.
Either
stop.
way, we
Linda,
had it professionally done.
stop. Linda, stop. With all due respect, it's up to the board to decide how this is going to go down.
Fine.
And I, for one, this is an important enough issue. This is really, to use Val's comments of earlier, this is kind of going to decide the future of these types of windows in the OHD. So it's so important that I am not really buying the argument that you just absolutely, you did it at the Fair Street Museum.
Fair Street's the model.
Fair Street Museum has a window in it. And it's like, so now we got to look at it and we said, okay, that looks fine, great. And the same thing I know can happen on one of those window openings in one of those buildings. And that's what we're asking for.
Well, I'd like to make a presentation before we go down that road.
Well, no,
We were already there.
Not really.
I can tell you right now, I need to see the window in place. I need to look at it from 5 feet away, walk around it and see what it looks like.
When in my
I personally
presentation
want to do that.
this time, you asked me to go look at the windows at 11 Pleasant Street.
You asked that 2 times.
Yes, but it's an historic structure. And we
Right,
went
but
over
it's
there.
Not the building that we're talking.
I know that. This is a municipal building from 1964, brick building that everything's falling apart. The Broscos usually only go 20 years if you're lucky, and it's been 40 years. And the windows need to be replaced.
Okay. So if
Granted,
you want us to
I don't
replace
want
them
the
with
triple
single
crack.
glazed windows.
We don't want triple tracks on that building again.
Yeah, I do want a point of order because.
I'd like you to look at the submission, however.
No, because I need to see a window in place. I'm just one of 5 members on this board, but I personally need to see a window in place in order to be able to render my opinion about whether this is going to be appropriate for a very large complex of buildings.
Triple tracks are not appropriate either.
I agree with you also, and I would make a suggestion that as opposed to tearing out a window, have it measured so that we can make a determination based upon seeing a window put in place that they send you that will fit within the rough opening created by removing the sash.
There you go.
We will understand that it is not going to be a perfect representation, but it will be 95% of what we want to see.
That's exactly it.
Just set it against the building.
No, it's going to go in place. It's just not that they.
It's not
they
that
just
easy,
pull the
guys.
sash.
We have to get a contractor to actually do it in a brick
Hey,
building.
A
Linda,
multi-million-dollar company that is being run as a community. This is one of the cornerstone buildings
on one of the busiest streets in town. It is also going to be a precedent-setting determination. I don't want to hear, we can't do it. It's insensitive. We asked for this. If you ask me stuff when I'm not here, I always say, don't ask me about it here because I don't have it in context. And I think that it's not inappropriate to request that we be able to see a sample window in place. If it's not a perfect fit, we'll understand that there's going to be a change in the widths and there won't be a wide casing on the inside and all these other details. But actually seeing a window in a rough opening is not inappropriate, and Green Mountain can send a window of their stock size that is closest to fit
Correct.
relatively cheaply and relatively quickly.
No, you can't order windows that quickly. You know that.
Please,
Linda, this is what the board, we can do this, we can make this official. We can have a motion on this.
Yes, I make a motion.
I mean, then it's official.
Yeah, it's the.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
kind of
because-
disturbed that
look-
that the conversation in the office did not hold.
Any builder can.
I'm kind of
install
angry
the
about
window
that.
That's there. Green Mountain, I know, has windows laying around in their shop. This is not, we're not asking for the moon. Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Holly.
Thank you. So because this is a municipal project, I have been kind of in between the architect, town administration. Linda has gracefully helped the town to do the window survey. So trying to assist, and I know I will be asked how tonight is going tomorrow.
Okay.
So my question to the board is, hearing loud and clear that a power Photoshop, which is actually pretty good, by the way, is not sufficient and you want to see an actual window. I get that 100%, which I understand. I believe there is a window, not necessarily, again, we're also dealing with municipal staff building. You know that our colleagues are in there every day working
Security.
with all sorts of different window conditions. I do believe there is one window area within the town building in the boiler room that would probably be a prime example. I will say that it's not on the three corners along the road.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so
Doesn't matter.
so what I'm hearing correctly is if we the town could get a hand on a SDL Green Mountain window on island to have it roughly installed in that rough opening, that this commission would use that as a view.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
All right, you understand that there are security reasons if we don't have a secure window in that place.
Linda,
Put it on the
I'm not a
second floor.
builder. I could take those two sash out in about 10 minutes and I could put a new window in there and have it back out and have the sash back in 45 minutes.
Yeah, but you have to
I'm
come
not a
look at
builder.
it.
Stop. So let me.
I know at least one member isn't.
Linda, stop. Please, let me append my suggestion. And that it would be that we, as a view, we just more closely than typical. Coordinate so that in advance. We know when to be there. You all know when to take the sash out, when to put the temporary sash in. We'll know that we have to, a week in advance, we'll know that we've got to be there at 10 a.m. in the morning. You guys are going to provide us coffee. No. We'll be there at 10 a.m. in the morning, and then you have all day to put the new one in. Something like that, for instance. This doesn't have to be a big dramatic event. We just need to have it coordinated from your end through staff, and we can move on. Okay?
So the pictures of the Green Mountain at 2 feet isn't going to work, which is in your packet.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. It's in your packet.
And the members, they're not gonna vote to support it.
Mr. Chair, I completely follow what everybody's saying. So I will relay that to town admin and the architect.
And it would be helpful in the future if you just respond to us. We don't all have to raise the volume, so we're not having to try to.
Well, I'm kind of concerned that we came up with a solution and it didn't work.
No.
With you.
Whoa, if the solution was Photoshop, that's,
Yes, it was. I double checked it.
I don't believe that's what we talked about.
no. Photoshop does not get to the essence of what we're trying to.
Well, I took the
discuss.
picture of the original window that I had.
Okay, so listen, should we move this or?
Yes, I make that motion.
Keep arguing for another half hour.
Can we go for?
All right, so, okay, so we're gonna argue on this till 7:30.
Well, you're going to hold the other one then.
Can I break for another piece of?
Yeah, sure.
I did it, only did this.
Okay, so the motion, I believe Diane had made, which counts, it's going to cover both the old business item number 6 at 20 South Water
Right.
and the new business item at 16 Broad would be to install into an existing window aperture, any one of your choosing. Let us know when it's in there so that we can view it. You can have it in and you can have it out in the space of an hour. That is Diane's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
Well, here's a question. Would it be easier to do it? I'm talking, please. Would it be easier to do it on the other building because it's at eye level? You know, the small building? I can get those
If
windows out
it's
a lot
easier to
easier.
do it on the, I don't necessarily want to speak for the board, but all I want to do is see the window in that complex of buildings. I think we can certainly be able to judge its merits in any one of the openings.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we really need to see the window. That's the whole point of this discussion.
So I think there's
So-
a couple of
so
extra
either
windows in
one,
there.
Holly will let us know, Esme will let us know, something like that, and we'll go down, we'll take a look at it. And then, you know, you guys can go there the next night and, you know, sack the town building if you want.
That's why
Okay.
I'm saying we're doing it in 20 South
I'm
Water.
kidding. Okay, so the motion has been taken and approved. So let's move on, all right?
I'd like to give Joe an opportunity, so I'm gonna sit off Gooseberry.
Well,
He hasn't been
Val,
able
you
to
sat
sit
on all
on
the
any.
rest of them though?
I don't want to. Thank you.
I want to start over with
What
somebody.
Joe has to say.
I know, I can't.
He's been silent all night.
Well, he has no clue what's going on out there. You guys do.
Man of mystery. Oh, listen, he knows.
Way to butter up.
Thank you.
Don't
Val.
care.
All right, so, yeah, Joe, you want to sit on these gooseberries?
Sure.
It's funny. Joe, would you like to sit on these gooseberries? All right,
Yeah, can we?
I think he's
scratch
gonna be
that on
fine.
okay, here we go. One gooseberry.
I'm just going to go over all of them. You've seen every one. of these
Yeah,
buildings.
that's probably a good idea.
You've seen every one of these buildings. These are the last 5 apartment buildings at the very back behind all the other apartment buildings. If you want to stay on that site plan up there. No, up. Yeah, that's good enough. These are the last 5. You've
Okay.
already approved the one that you've got highlighted up there on the map, which is 1. It was around the corner about 200 feet and it just moved over here. And I think something else happened over on the other one.
So
These are the
all
last
of these
ones.
applications, Linda, are all in that one block,
Yeah,
right?
the
Okay.
2 gooseberry lots.
Yeah, okay.
Harvey Road is on one side of it. It's actually being constructed now because Harvey Road only existed on paper before. But these are all structures you've seen. And when the issues that you had with the other ones with front doors and trim and stuff have all been solved on these 5.
Okay.
And you've seen them all. And I've gave you a bunch of pictures of all the other ones that are already in there. So this will stop the onslaught of apartment buildings after that. So this one you're looking at up there has already been approved, but just moved.
Colors?
They're on the application pages.
Here, I'll get
Hold
it.
on.
Where is it being moved from? Well, what address?
Where was it approved already?
That's what I just asked.
Oh.
Over
Well,
here.
that's-
It's on your map. It shows, see, it? Look up there, Steve, on the map. It moved from there to there, around the corner.
To an unnamed street.
It was.
And so they're all the same. Well, the 5 buildings are not the same, but they are all the same as other ones.
Other site plan, please.
Excuse me.
You want the big one or the little one?
No, just for a moment, I wanted to see what was, so. The short gable was presented to the street. Okay, just wanted
Yep.
some, because there's a big difference in sometimes what we approve. Based upon what's going to be visible. from the-
So the best way to look at this is to look at the pictures of all the other buildings that I gave you.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, where's Dinah in all this?
No, I get it now.
I just have a trim color question. This application is white.
It's all
trim
white.
and White, but there's one photo on here that has a
Excuse me.
building that is black with gray.
Yeah, Dinah's up there on the,
Can you hear me, anyone?
We can, Dinah. Now,
Okay.
hold on. Joe Paul was just asking a question regarding the trim color. Go, Joe.
Well, no, you were just saying we should talk about all of these, and I see this one is white on white, but the photographs, most of them are white on white, but there's one that's gray with black sash.
Correct.
Just
yeah, the number one, the one at 6 is cobblestone trim sash sandtone.
yeah, I looked through these. It looked like there were 3 different.
Joe's
trim.
referring to a different.
Yeah, there's different trim on these things.
Okay.
And I have a question too. So if I may through Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Can we zoom in on the upper red circle? One more, please. Just what's in the circle. So if you look at that roof plan versus what is here,
It's different.
it's different. No, the red one, please.
That's an old plan. It's a plan from before, Steve, when it was approved.
Well, I'm trying to understand what we're looking at.
Go to the next one, the next one down. That's the original approval, so I can show you where it used to be. If you go to the next screen down, you'll see where it is now. The one that has the yellow on it. That one. That's where it is now,
What do you mean, where it is now?
where we're proposing to put it.
That's not.
Okay, my
that's not
point is
Stephen's
that
point.
the roof plan is different than the footprint.
Yeah.
Not really.
Well, yeah, one shows a gable on 2 sides of the stem. Right here and here. Right. And what appear to be at least shed roof, 1-story additions or covered porches, whereas what's shown in the proposed plan shows a flush. This gable is closer to the stem. There is no porch and there is no gable on one side, and this. Yeah, it's a different.
May I interject?
Go, Dinah.
Yeah, go.
Go to the previously approved. It's just pointing to the wrong building that it was previously located at.
Yeah, go up one.
Yeah, the old site plan. Up, please.
No, you're going too far. Right there. Go down one.
Okay, right there. Oh no, this is the new site plan. The previously approved site plan, we rearranged the site plan and got rid of the big L-shaped buildings. So it's a little bit different. But there was one that Linda had. There you go, the red one. Okay, so it's pointing to the wrong building. It's pointing to an M building. But if you just shimmy up to the left, just the building right to the left, directly to the left, that is the previous D building, and it's the exact same footprint as the proposed relocation on Harvey Road. Yeah, it used to be called D.5 6 Gooseberry.
So this, if I may, through Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So, Dinah, can we go to the plan with the highlighted footprint?
That's the one with the red on it.
No, it's
yellow.
Yellow.
There you
Right
go.
there.
So this is the wrong footprint, correct?
It's not a roof plan, it's just a footprint of a landscape building. If you could go to the actual site plan, which is one drawing up.
Wait, please, if you could answer the question. This footprint does not match.
It doesn't.
The other building. So I'm not disputing anything other, just trying to understand what we're looking at.
I understand what you're saying. It's just a matter of the way that it was drafted by the landscape architect, because we were asked to show landscaping on this version. We have a site plan with the exact same version in the architectural plan, which is one drawing above, and it shows the roof lines correctly.
Is out here further in that.
Yeah, Steve, that's not what we're asking to be approved. Go back to the actual site plan.
Yeah.
One up.
We just highlighted it so you knew where it was
All right,
going.
stop, please. We are in the information gathering stage, and it would be helpful if you were cooperative
Yeah,
in answering our questions in the way we need them answered.
We're trying.
Can
So,
I ask Dinah
well,
something?
I would like to.
let's let Stephen finish and I'll get right to you. Diane.
Dinah, there's a difference, as the chair and I are looking at it, there's a difference between the footprint for the structure. I'm not
Right.
talking about just the roof planes,
Right,
between what is shown in the red circle and what is shown in the yellow.
Yellow.
yeah.
Yeah,
We understand that there's something that is incorrect, but it doesn't have anything to do with the landscaping. We're just trying to ascertain how the structure that is shown in the red circle, which I believe is what you are proposing in this location, how it is going to be laid out on the site.
All right, go to the site plan. It's on the site plan. If you go up one or.
Yeah, it'll be the exact same site plan.
It
Go,
is.
go, hand up a little, please. Go
Right
to the
there.
far left, go to the far left. The far left of the site plan, the hatched building, that shows the same roof plan and not the interpretation of the landscape architect. I apologize for that.
I would agree with that.
That's the correct
Yeah,
building.
that's correct. Okay.
Funny fun.
All right. Now that we've got that simple matter out of the way by listening to what we're asking, thank you.
Could I ask Dinah now?
hang on, Stephen, have you
Yeah.
finished? Okay, Diane, go.
Dinah,
Yes,
I was wondering, looking at this set of plans and remembering all the work that we've done with you over the years. There's every building on this whatever gooseberry thing is facing the same way. There are, as I see here, 4 or 5 repetitive buildings. And I thought you usually tried to turn or get some different, so they didn't look like this. Is this not, you're not able to do that?
well, we had a previous revision, let's see, a previous design of the site plan with the big L-shaped buildings, and they were just taking up too much of a footprint. So this is the most consolidated version of the remaining buildings for not D.4, but for the other 4 buildings that are being presented today. They are very similar. There's little differences in the back bump outs, the colors, the windows, the trim, and the angle of view from Harvey Road.
Okay,
But we wanted to get rid of the big L-shaped, like tall wall buildings, because it didn't work as well on the site, and there was more green space this way.
And I have the pictures of those L-shaped buildings in
Yep,
the back part of it.
got him.
They're pretty massive.
We do have Diane, we do have a streetscape view at the bottom, at the bitter end of this, not the D building, but the next building that we show you that's similar to the other buildings. It'll be one of the M buildings.
yes,
I think it's on one of the other ones.
I don't see it in this one.
I just was wondering, because you tried so hard to present
Yeah.
facade.
Yeah, we were down to a certain number of count, and yeah, there you go. So if you go left to right or right to left, you never see really the same facade as you're driving. This is as if you were driving the curve of
Right.
Harvard. You don't see the angles because that was too hard to depict.
On top of the fact that a couple of those buildings are pushed back from the street much farther than the actual street level.
Okay.
But they
Are we
fit in
finished with the
other ones.
presentation yet?
No, just to point out again that these are the last 6 or 5, one's already on the site. And they're at the very, very back. So you have to go past all the other apartment buildings and all the 35 buildings we're doing at Sandpiper too,
Got it.
to even get there.
Got it. Okay. All right. Let's see. Is it time for the board? I think it is. Who would like to begin on the first one? 1 Gooseberry Place.
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Given its previous approval, we've gone through many, many hours on these buildings,
Certainly have.
including this one.
Yep.
I have no concerns,
Okay. Including the colors.
including.
All right. Thank you.
Like the colors too.
We've already approved it.
It's white.
It's white on white.
All right.
Actually,
Do you want to be the next one? then?
All right.
All right, go.
I just think that a building of this size with the white sash and the white trim might be a bit much. It's an opportunity to break it up. So I would do the sash a different color.
Really?
Really? We already approved this
And
one
then-
like that.
And then I'm going to use Stevens ABB, anything but black on the sash.
anything with black on the sash. Okay, well, we do have Quaker gray trim on the
Next
one
one.
gooseberry application.
Well, what about writing like a platinum gray sash?
You want the window darker?
I think a
We,
white.
we could go with, like the sand tone, but that doesn't go with Quaker gray. We'd have to change it to cobblestone.
No, we're still on one. We haven't moved on.
Yeah, no,
Santa
I'm just
won't get
thinking
you
of
any
the options.
mileage with Abby.
What about black? Oh, you said anything but black.
Yeah, Santone or black.
Well, I think
Okay, so let's see, Abby, it was the color, right?
Yes.
Okay, Diane,
But I think that we've done these buildings
we certainly have to death.
and they turned the little slotty thing up in the gable and made it a 4-window.
Hmm.
And those are good. And, they are what they are.
Okay, and the color wise,
Color-wise, they should be gray and a darker gray trim. And would be good. One could be one color gray, another one could be another.
I'm sure they're gonna mix it up on the
Yeah.
the next few
Yeah,
applications.
there isn't anything in there with a dark gray.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay, Diane, you've said your piece?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, and now the moment we've all been waiting for.
Well, I'm only, they look, the north and the south elevations look fine. The other elevations I don't see in the application. I don't know if that matters. but,
Oh, you should see them.
I
There
don't
should
thi-
be
I have a-
4.
I have a north and a previous north and a south and a previous south, but I don't see east or west.
I think the other ones are in the original approval.
Oh, okay.
It is somewhat incomplete, but
North and
if you
south,
keep
that's-
going, you have more pages.
Yeah, I
No,
got
was a little
scads
confused
of,
By the previous, when I saw those vents, but yeah, I think it looks fine. I'm actually fine with white on white, because it looks, when you look through the next 4 or 5 applications, it looks like they've got some color variation happening. So if you make a change of the white on this one to gray, you might just end up duplicating another one. I think you want some variation.
that was the original plan. Yeah. Sure.
Point of order,
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to clarify that Joe has already looked at these applications. Very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Touche.
So where am
All right, so Joe's good white. Steven's good white. Abby is not good white. Diane, you were,
I just think 5 of them in one section is a lot.
well, all the same color, I would
Yeah.
completely. Well, we're about to find
Some
out.
had blue front doors.
I? Yeah, we do have
This
that.
has a red front door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one has a blue one. I think the
Yeah.
next one has something else.
All right. Well, listen, I think I think we could go approve as submitted.
White on white.
I believe so.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, of course.
I can't visualize these things in my head, so. What would and I don't have a reference, so what would a platinum trim package with white sash?
It would look fine.
That would be nice.
It would totally look fine.
We've done it before.
So that
Yeah.
would be a light variation on a
Yeah.
different color than white.
And that's something that Abby, I'm sure would embrace.
Sure.
Can we do it on one of the other ones? Can we do it on one of the other ones? We got 2 more.
So elusive.
Yeah, white on white.
There we go. Okay, can I have a motion?
Color front doors.
Red,
This one's red.
cottage red.
Motion to approve as submitted.
There we go. Oh my gosh, it's coming from Abby. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Okay, 2 gooseberry.
Oh, I thought we did them all.
No,
No, you don't get away that easily.
not tonight.
All right. No, there we go. 2 gooseberry.
Can we have the colors for that one, please?
I'm gonna tell you what they are.
This is not one of the ones Joe was saying, there's variety.
So trim, Quaker gray, sash, forest green.
They have a lot of that in there.
I think I'm on 2.
They have a lot of green in there.
No, I'm looking at 2. No, you guys, careful. 2 gooseberry.
Yes, 2 gooseberry.
Yes, you do. It's skipped down a few. They're not in order on the thing. So if you go to 2 gooseberry. Yes.
It's gray,
Um,
Quaker gray.
It's Quaker gray trim, forest gray sash,
There's green,
black roof, of course.
front door.
There's no reference to the doors. I think
In the title block, excuse me, Mr. Chair, it says doors to be color Essex green. In the title block, if you.
forest green.
Yeah, forest green is the
All right.
listed in the title block.
Okay, you should just send your emissary down to fill that in on the application.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Abby's on a roll.
Great.
Abby, rip through these. I'm in
Yeah, it's
favor of that.
fast. Yeah, you're gonna set the table on fire. Okay, so all those in favor of Abby's motion to approve is submitted.
Before you approve it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you
sorry,
go to-
sorry, Joe.
I just want to look at the east elevation just for a second.
Yeah, okay.
Because,
Did you find the east?
it's
Okay, got it,
the
east.
front, I guess, where the porch is.
Yes.
Is,
Missing a stuff.
yeah, I'm just, is that a big step across there? Is that, it looks monolithic, maybe just graphically, I'm just curious.
Graphically, this has been approved
These
many
aren't
times,
patios.
many times.
There are
decks.
decks, yeah.
Oh, okay.
These are a concrete platform and then they add the stairs at a later date to conform to the grade. But they're not shown on here. It would be beneficial if you showed at least one step.
Yeah.
And your point was more that it's a monolithic.
Yeah, I just want to know if it was a deck or if it was an elevated patio. It looked like an elevated.
No, it's a deck made out of
Deck.
concrete,
Concrete.
like all the rest of it.
Yeah, it has to do with the ADA requirement. We have to show the entry at the finished floor elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you satisfied, Joe?
Yes.
Bless you.
Bless you.
And so there was a motion. That was Abby's motion. Abby's,
Do you want me to have the corrected stair on this?
No.
no, they'll put listen, they're not gonna
Okay, I'll stick
put a
with the
ladder there.
original As approved.
Right, so the motion is to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we move on to 3, which I believe is white because I reviewed all this in advance.
Yeah, it's white on white.
You want to make a point
Hamilton
of
blue, Hamilton blue front door, white on white.
There's 2. Let's see, 3.
I just on the south elevation, the door is different than the rest. That's
On
intentional.
purpose.
And is it just
Now
a
you got my
4-panel?
curiosity.
Is it a Christian 4-panel?
I believe so, but it's also Hamilton blue.
Okay, I did. Steven's got a good point. Somebody rendered the door upside down.
Not me.
Well, I know it wasn't you. Dinah, can you take care of that for us?
Yes, we will give you a proper 4-panel door.
Right, just take the one you have and turn it upside down.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, CAD, wonders of CAD systems.
Let's see, what are our colors on this one?
Hamilton blue door. white
Oh,
on
that's
white.
right. Yeah, of course.
But it's next to a gray one.
How are we, folks?
Well, we did the other one. I would say make this a platinum gray trim package.
Oh, I like it
do
too.
that.
I like it.
And the doors, whatever. What were the doors?
Hamilton blue.
Yeah, that'll look fine.
That'll look.
So you want platinum gray windows and doors or just trim? I mean, trim and windows?
Well, the windows are gonna come white from Anderson, so have your trim package, other than the sash, platinum gray. And your door is, or
Hamilton blue and the windows white.
That'll look sharp.
Joe's got a comment.
Are
Joe.
those gable vents meant to be gable vents or are they?
There, yeah,
Sometimes Diane catches them and sometimes she does.
Supposed to be 4 light.
Do we want to pour?
Dinah, you good with that?
I I can do a 4-light there, no problem.
Yep.
All right.
We've done that elsewhere in the
So,
complex.
silver gray trim package for staff, with the gable vents, which aren't actually required for this roof design.
That's right.
4-light windows.
Okay,
And this flipped over door, did you get that?
And yeah,
Yep,
I'm just
I got it.
presuming they're not gonna install that thing upside down.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably
Okay,
not.
so that is Stephen's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so I believe that brings us to number 6, does it not?
Yes, and that is the cobblestone trim and sand tone sash and a Newport blue front door. Which is complete departure from the rest of them.
Okay,
As far as a departure as I can get.
It's good to me.
anybody else?
Yeah, we got those 4 lights again.
You got 4 lights here too? Yep,
Oh, are they in here?
It's gonna look like.
Yeah, exactly.
I got it.
Right. Dinah, you good?
Yeah, I'll definitely fix those doors wherever they are upside down.
The windows, 4-light
Oh,
windows.
4-light windows on all
Yep.
vents
Yeah.
and
Yep.
the door is also upside down. The 4-panel door is not.
Oh,
what-
that I missed, but yes, that would be helpful to correct. Somebody
We have a motion on the floor.
from you?
Yes.
Okay, Abby has made yet another motion this evening. She's going for the gold. All those in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed?
And that's all through staff.
That's,
these changes?
yeah, so
Okay.
that's right. All this is through staff. 7,
I don't have the colors of that one in front of me. Anybody have
I
the
do.
colors?
I have the colors. They're white. This one happens to be white, and Gardner green door.
okay.
And that's next to a cobblestone and sand tone. Up.
Abby, didn't we make a motion with 4-light on one of these?
Yeah,
You wanna write it in?
yeah, you can write it in.
No, I just.
We need to know which one it is. So I think the 4-light windows was on 6 and 3
And this one coming up too.
and 7.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you write that one in,
They
Alright.
all have.
on the one that's coming up.
All right.
6 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last 2.
Yeah.
6 and 3.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think, folks? Joseph?
I think we should approve it as submitted with the change to the. gable vents.
Now, how would you like this to be your first motion? How would that
I'm
feel
honored
for
that
you?
Linda Williams is representing
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that was a motion from Joe to approve with the louvers changing to 4-light windows. Did I get that correct, Joe?
Is the door upside down on this one?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Through staff. That's Joe's motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Yay.
Okay, Dinah.
Thank
See-
you.
And I'm not sure.
All right. Robbie Newman, you've been waiting so patiently back there.
This needs to go that way.
All right.
Connie, do you want to be on these two? Oh, good.
It didn't.
So Connie, you're on this one, Hummock Pond, 69. And Abby's off. Hey, Abby, before you go, you might want to sign that. And maybe you signed that already. I don't know. That's, I think that was the most recent one. Hey, Robbie.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Okay, we all set?
Let's see. Oops. Oh, this was the demo. Yeah, somehow this thing got wrapped into the other application that we were reviewing earlier. So Robbie,
Yes.
one thing that was I guess we'll cut to the chase. You're requesting a demo on this.
Yes, we are.
Demo move off.
Yes.
Now here's the thing. It says under historic stuff, it says not known, parts added since prior to 1930, GIS 1930.
Okay.
So are we suggesting that this building dates from 1930, I guess is the question.
I'm assuming it's from 1930 based on the assessor's information, which I included on my cover sheet.
Okay.
Okay. This is the sheet that I prepared for this presentation, which shows the 4 elevations and then some samples of the interior. Okay. The site plan obviously is the locus. Property is located at 69 Hummock Pond Road. Excuse me. It is of 1930 construction and or move on to the site. Linda did some research. We think that a McGrath family member moved it from Cliff Road. So, excuse me, the original structure we believe is the central portion behind the glass sun porch, which measures approximately 16 by 40. That's the portion that contains the brick fireplace, which is second from left photograph of the interior. So the structure is not visible from Hummock Pond Road or from the Burnt Swamp Lane. Obviously, the photographs show that the structure is in very poor condition. Structurally, it's not in very good livable condition. And from an environmental restoration standpoint, it's difficult to bring up to modern code without substantial reconstruction. A move off doesn't seem practical either, in that beyond the condition of the building and the non-contributing nature of the structure, Burnt Swamp Lane is a very narrow dirt path or a dirt way. It's heavily vegetated on both sides of the lane. So that would require a lot of pruning and trimming and removing of existing vegetation. The front lot, they can't move it directly to Hummock Pond Road due to conservation restrictions on that portion of the property.
Mhm.
The photographs speak for themselves. You can see that the existing condition is it's in very rough condition. So this thing has evolved over the last 70 years or so. As I said, I believe that the central portion was the original section that was moved there. As the family grew and so forth, they picked up these structures and seemed to have added them on as they needed more space. You can easily see that in the foundations. There are 4 different kinds of foundation. There's brick, there's 2 types of cement block. There's one section that's on wooden piers with metal lath and mortar parge for finish. The windows and doors, there's very little continuity to those. So that's evident that the parts and pieces were refurbished from someplace else, I would think. The flooring is all different. There's nothing consistent with the materials or the detailing on the inside or the outside. The radiators and the heating systems that are all different. So I think it was all parts and pieces that were picked up and refurbished here. Maintenance has obviously been deferred.
Mhm.
So
Deferred, that's a interesting word.
Yeah, put off. So I think a reasonable and practical solution would be to allow us to permit for demo. So I would look forward to some suggestions or options if somebody has something like that to offer. So further on in the presentation, Linda has prepared and included in this her extensive research and photographs of both the interior and exterior. She's got a little written statement there. So I think if we need to, we might find her comments helpful and interesting.
Okay. Robbie, thank you.
Sure.
Should Linda, you're okay? Just, I was gonna say, do you want to hear from the board and respond if necessary
I hope
in the interest of time?
I just hope you've read the memo. What Rob has said is correct. It was, I talked to the lady who's in her 90s who lived next door. And she said that he was a plumber and he would find something at a job and drag it over there and stick it on when the family grew. The only thing that's visible on the 1938 aerials didn't go that far. The 1940 aerial just shows the living room, which is the part behind the front porch, which is falling off the building. And it doesn't really have a very secure, I crawled under the building and into it, and it doesn't really have a secure footing. It was just thrown there and expanded beyond that. The original, well, quote unquote, original part of the building. The back wall was erased to put on an addition much later. The porch side wall, I think the windows were added at a later date. The south wall was demolished because they put a huge plate window in there and another window. And the west wall has the dining room addition put on it, which has a lot newer flooring and trim. And then they added the kitchen, which was probably a 1950s addition. And then they added this other bedroom, which is that one right there on the corner. And you've got those old blocks, and then you've got the newer blocks, and you've got stumps under the back one. And the windows are all different ages. I've got a couple that are weight and balance. The rest are a little bit newer, and there's a brand new window on the east side. And you can see with the addition on the back side of this one, there's the four roof planes here. The little one on the right, the addition for the dining room, the where the chimney is part of the living room. And then it extended to the back addition, which was a bedroom. And as he said, all the radiators are different. The trim packages in each room is different. The corner boards are still on one section, which that porch is on. It's kind of bizarre. So there's really no way to bring it up to livable standards, and there's no way to really move it off the site. We did put down mover demo because that's what we put down. He'll probably waive my having to advertise it for somebody to come get it because it's not livable. There are pieces missing. It's an interesting situation. That's new board in there in the porch.
Okay.
Or plywood. So, and you can see where the floor is cracking on this. There's no foundation under that section.
Saw that.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to take someplace else.
Okay. Linda, let's see. I'll let you comment
Questions I
again
can
if
answer 'em.
necessary. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this structure based on, well, NHL data assessors, which I don't really go by assessors because it's not always correct, but 1930, Linda did indicate in her little report there that there's an HDC survey on file. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
and they said it was 1918, maybe moved from the cliff, but I went back to the old aerials from a balloon that had all the cliff buildings, and I couldn't identify it from any of the structures that are up on Cliff Road.
Okay, we didn't have that in the report, so I'd love to put that in there, which I can do. Again, 1930s, if that's it, or 1918, that is contributing towards the district. Just want to bring that to the attention of everybody. Even if an old HDC survey says not contributing, again, they're
Understood.
correct.
Yeah.
And I did want to notate that there's a lot of structures that, over time have been, this is kind of cool. We were very frugal in certain periods of Nantucket history of adding on different parts and pieces. But of course, I appreciate the info and anecdotal history that Linda has provided, especially the photographs of the interior, very, very helpful. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that rehabilitation could be done. It is possible. Contributing structures, regardless of how they are built, do not have to meet the substantial compliance section of the building code. Contributing structures can be exempt and, therefore there are aspects, not suggesting that, but I want to get away from this. Oh, well, it would have to meet code. Yeah. The overhang, and especially the rafter tails are evident of the 1920s, 1930s. Again, appreciate the photographs. They tell the structure story and the interior and the different elevations and roof planes and all that. Again, many houses were put together like this. It would be nice to understand that they've got well, frankly, I would assume that they're going to be building a house in its location. If any of the original historic, oldest section before it was added on to could be retained on site, that would be great. And again, I appreciate the history that's been provided. I kind of wish we could kind of, give a little, just retain something that is original. But those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Sorry for rattling on.
No,
Thanks.
no problem. Holly, thank you. Mickey, does she have anything on this? Is she here?
We didn't look at this one.
You did look at it.
No, we did not.
Oh, you did not. Okay. Any questions from the board for the applicant, before we get into the discussion, or are we good to go? Again, let's see. So Abby's off and, Connie, you're on, right?
So who's sitting then?
So that would be, oh, actually Val's over there. Val, are you sitting?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's all right. So then if you hadn't come back, then it's going to be Connie, Joe, Stephen, Ray, and Diane.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody want to start?
I'll start if you.
Thank you,
like.
Diane, please.
I think it's an interesting bunch of parts of the building. Some of them look in good shape. Some of them look really trashy. I think the picture, these photographs I have of must be the living room with the fireplace and the radiators. Give you the thing that it's got to be in the 30s because I know that stuff.
Yeah.
And I would like to see that there's some part, take off all the trash on the outside, that the original small building might perhaps be there. Some walls look really good, like that wall with the plate glass and the two windows on the side, and the window box looks okay. And the windows inside on the right-hand side that looks like natural wood looks okay. And certainly the locking thing looks good. So if there's anything that could be saved, it should be. It's got some interesting facts on it. So I'm not prepared right away to say, just rip it down. Okay?
Okay. Fair enough. Very good, Diane. Thank you. Who's next? Stephen, Connie, Joseph.
Let's let one of these guys dangle out there.
Yeah.
I'll go.
All right, Joe.
I think I agree with Diane on some level. I looked through this before the meeting and thought, what's going to go in its place is definitely a big question. I don't know if we typically, at least in my experience, haven't been approving a demo unless you know what's going to go in its location.
Only in the old historic district, not
Hang-
outside of town,
Hang on.
ever.
Hang on.
Well,
I will
not
speak to,
talk.
yeah,
Yeah,
right.
well,
Yeah.
I've
Grace
definitely
period.
been asked to provide what's going to go in its place. I mean, I think it's interesting in terms of scale. I like its details. It is an old structure. I mean, it's certainly basically been demolished by neglect in a lot of levels.
Definitely.
But I like the fact that it's got this ad hoc history to it, which on the one hand is you're advocating should be demoed for that reason. I think you could argue the exact opposite, that, I mean, we're trying to, even when we do a new house, make them feel as if they've been added onto over time, and this one certainly pushes the boundaries of being eclectic. I mean, it reminds me of an application earlier tonight that I think Shelter 7 did in Nantucket, which I thought was really nice. So that's why, I mean, when Diane kind of concluded that maybe there's some parts of it that could stay. I mean, certainly the outside of it really looks like it should, yeah, for practical purposes, be torn down, but there's some interesting details and built-ins on the interior. I know we're not here to talk about the interior, but it speaks to maybe there is a core to this that might be salvageable as a studio. I mean, just looking at the ground cover that's available on here, this could be a small studio structure as part of a site plan development. That's what makes me want to see how this might get developed. And see if there's a creative way to incorporate part of it. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, Joe, thank you. All right, who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Connie.
I agree. I think it's really sad that this has gone to such disrepair and neglect. And perhaps some piece of it could be built into the new structure, whatever it's going to be. It does look like it's in pretty rough shape in certain places, though.
Okay, Connie, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Can we go to page, oh, actually, you're right on the page. I just wanted to comment on, like, this is one of the details that we try to have people replicate when they come in with an infill and we're looking for a porch detail. The oversized windows, it's just kind of nice. And also on sheet 16, I think it's 16. Yeah, that one, obviously this is in a sad state of disrepair, but that type of detailing with respect to a sill, showing the sidewall and then the large windows and oversized double hungs, and even the fact that some of the windows, on one side are different light sizes. I think that those are the type of characteristics that we'd like to see built into new structures. In any event, I think a lot that's been said. I think strong support that this will require just put it here in its place. If some of this isn't reused, will reflect the silhouette of this building. That's typical of handling things. And I do support the idea that a portion of this could be reutilized. That would be preferable. I really am tied to the idea of having some of these characteristics replicated. Other than that, I mean, what this tells me is we need to, I think we're doing a really good job of it. We're growing into being more effective during our meetings, having more time. And we need to get quicker so we can start to get into policies on such thing as demolition delay and start moving on these. Because these structures are out there rotting as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. So,
Could I have a comment about what you want to keep? We can cut to the chase.
no,
Because you can keep
because
the
I
core
haven't
part.
spoken yet.
Keep the core part.
The part you can't see.
Hey,
And the porch.
all right. Well, you're
No, you
gonna
can't keep the
leave
porch.
here, you're gonna leave here and you're gonna know exactly what to do. So let's pretend for a moment that this house was built this way 2 years ago. We'd all drive by it and we'd say, that is absolutely fantastic. It's got all the stuff that we love. It's low, it's got this sort of ad hoc nature to it, I think, to use Joe's term. All these wonderful features that we all love about Nantucket architecture. I want to address a comment that Joe made a moment ago, because I was having a conversation with somebody about this morning. In the past, before as I was on board, people would say, well, we'll let you take it down as long as we see what's going in its place. Okay, so what would happen is we would approve, not we, the board, the HDC, would approve the demolition. And then concurrent with that, they'd approve a house that looked very similar to that, have all the details and everything. And then the owner would decide to sell the property. The house would never get built that way. A new owner would come in and say, well, I'm not going to build that house. I'm going to build my 2-story house. And so there's no way that you can sort of attach the two. You can't say you have to build this house this way if we're going to let you take there just isn't. Currently, that does not exist. So even though that's a wonderful, wonderful idea and concept, and it's a wonderful idea that like whatever goes in this house's place would share a lot of these elements, it's something that we can just sort of hope for and not get any guarantees on. Some houses are in the hospital and they need some TLC. And then there are other ones that are sort of like in hospice. This house is in hospice. No, I hate to say this, but there might be parts of this, but from what I see in all these photographs, so much of this is so far gone that it would require so much attention to, like this porch. That you can't renovate that porch. You simply cannot renovate that porch. That has to be a new porch. And then there are a lot of other elements around, like, it only a portion of it, and I believe a very small portion of this actually sits on foundation. Some of it is sitting on wooden stumps. So the right thing to do is to put the whole thing on a proper foundation. That's going to result in its racking, et cetera, et cetera. So there's all sorts of logistical issues, practical issues with saving this. Now, if you're able to save like the original portion and have that be a cottage or something like that, I think that's an absolutely fantastic idea. Pick up the discrete piece, put it down on a foundation, get new framing where there's rot. That's possible to do, but to save this the way it is, I think is really like incredibly difficult to do. So
Can I respond? So it would cut to the chase.
you kind of can. I mean,
All right.
you've heard what the opinion of the board is. And I think it's up to you to go back and
They're willing to, if we can do it through staff, there's a time limit here. They'll be willing to keep the original section, which I can
what's the
prove.
original section?
Original section is that living room, like Diane said, up to the radiators. And
With
then up
the
to the
fireplace.
plate
Can I
window.
just say something? Right now, we're only looking at photographs.
Right. If you look at
So
the
what-
photographs, it's the part with the
Linda,
four
can
windows.
I got to cut to the chase here.
I know exactly where it is.
But we don't.
How
I've noted it in the photos.
but how do we say, like, how much of it gets saved? Like, because the living room is attached onto other pieces, which means when you remove those other pieces, you're removing the common wall with the living room. Are you saving the roof? Are you saving two of the walls? Like, what are you saving?
Ray, it's that central portion and there are four independent walls.
There are standalone, and you're suggesting
They-
you're gonna
they
stay
will
all
be.
four
We can
walls?
brace them so
or
they can
rebuild
stand.
or
Yeah.
rebuild it. It's the portion with the interior photograph of the fireplace.
Yeah,
The gable end is the original thing. They go to a different picture, up one.
Well, tell us which picture is most
All
representative.
right, up one,
We'll
where you
go
get
right
the
to-
front of the structure. Not that. No, go up one more.
To the left.
Go up again, up again. You want the south elevation,
Door there.
south elevation.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, number 9. page
Oh.
9.
page
Keep
9.
going,
One
Go
more.
up there.
right there.
Okay.
That gable piece goes back, that's the original piece that I can find on the 1940 area without the porch and without
X the
anything else.
porch and X the piece on the left hand.
No porch, no nothing on the left.
Now, it looks like it's a little bit of a salt box. Is that what we're looking at?
It does,
It's-
but that
no,
might just be
because they
the
extended the
extension of the
rake.
trim.
They extended the
okay.
rake. It's an
So
actual
it'd be a
box.
gable.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So when you say, just a point of information, when you say you're gonna retain that, you're gonna retain it in its current location, you're proposing to relocate it
Relocate it, make it a studio.
on ashlar face blocks.
No, regular foundation to set
You
it.
have to
so-
determine that later.
Yeah.
Just figure out what piece you want to save.
They show.
Okay,
It's fantastic.
There's no foundation under this one. It's on crap.
well,
Don't know which part it's
I
under.
happen to love those blocks, those 1930s blocks that
Yeah.
look like, Romanesque stuff.
We can get them from Connecticut, so we can always do it.
Well, Stephen has a machine you can buy for $24. Make that makes them.
I know where I can get the
Okay,
blocks.
all right. With this fresh information, I want to poll the board. Does everybody understand what potentially could be retained here?
Yes.
What the applicant is, suggested that they can retain?
Is that the original?
That's the
That's
first
the
thing
original
that's the
piece.
first thing that arrived on the
That
property.
living room is the original piece.
Yeah.
Now, Connie, they're talking about getting rid of the sunroom, which is, a serious mess. And then the piece to the left.
The three pieces to the left.
And then that piece stays right there.
It's the piece with the bay window in it.
Is that a concept that we can collectively get our arms around, embrace?
I can get my arms around it. yes.
Okay.
I would open my arms more widely if that porch were replicated. I agree with that.
Well, I love the,
And
everybody
if
loves
it's an
the
issue of
porch.
ground cover, maybe you could leave one wall off and then it doesn't count for your ground cover.
I haven't looked at the ground cover. I think Joe's right. I think there's plenty of ground cover. But whenever it gets to the new design phase, I think that could be dealt with. And I agree. I like the porch, whether it's rebuilt just like that or
Everybody
not.
likes a porch.
So that, and I would like to see, well, the asphalt block is not something I'm gonna stick to. It's not visible from the street. If this were a structure that were visible from the street, I would
Yeah.
strongly support the asphalt block. But
Yeah.
as it is, I think retaining the core structure, I think we need to circle that and replicating the porch. But it would be subject to seeing, I mean, we just gotta see where it's gonna be on the site.
Exactly.
And see how it's all gonna get
What
finished
are the
out.
restrictions?
Well, clearly, we're gonna come back for that as another application for that thing to move.
Informationally. Through the chair,
Go.
you had said there was time sensitive nature to this. So is a approval to retain the core with a follow-up for the location, the relocation site plan and drawing showing the core. And so basically what we would say is, we're gonna give you an approval, but we're anticipating that you're gonna do something else.
We'll bring an application back in.
You're gonna bring it in, you're gonna show us where it's being relocated.
Yep.
Give us the drawings that show it and the replicated porch
Okay.
in its new location.
I think we can get that in the form of a motion.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Makes sense to me.
On site.
Yeah.
It might move on site, yeah.
It's gonna be picked up and moved out of the way, but permanently we'd be coming back with an application to put it there. It's gonna move out of the way when we take everything off.
You don't have to apologize. You can-
Yeah, no,
We're really approving a partial demo. Right?
that's exactly what we're doing.
So that in theory, someone could apply for a permit to do that demolition work with our approval. Remove the porch, remove the back L.
Correct.
It stays in its current location. We've approved that.
Yes.
And then a separate application would be a relocation and add-on.
Well, it'll move out of the way during the demolition, but we'll have to come back to get it out of the way
Yeah.
permanently.
So it's gonna be a partial demo subject to relocation on the site and addition and replication of the porch.
Under separate application.
Partial demo. Subject to relocation and subject to an application. For relocation. On site. And replication of porch.
The fact that you're writing all that down means that you're gonna be making a motion for me, I'm sure.
Yeah, so it's a partial, one sec, just to hear the thought through. So partial demo subject to an application for relocation on site, including replication of porch. Holly?
That if that's going to be through staff,
Yeah.
what exactly is staff going to be looking at? Are we looking to have actual plans for knowing what is the partial demo?
Yeah.
This is where we got into trouble before.
So we're gonna need to see the demo plan. And then you guys need to submit an application
showing its relocation on the site.
Oh.
And I think a site plan showing the relocation of the footprint and including the porch is sufficient to trigger the partial demo. You don't need to do all four elevations.
I'm just gonna do a footprint,
Right.
Yeah,
box
where
it
it's
out,
going.
show the partial demo and what's gonna be left.
Thank you.
Somebody else is gonna
Thank
take care of the
Thank
rest of the stuff. I'm only gonna handle this, what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I'm working for the other side.
I don't think that you could submit photographs with big red X's through the parts you're demolishing.
Not, we're gonna give you a demo plan. We're gonna give you a demo plan.
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
So that's
Yeah.
the motion.
All right. You want to just read through it so that everybody completely understands.
Do my
What-
best.
Do you mind?
No,
Okay.
partial demo, subject to an application for relocation on site, including replication of porch. To include demo plan. Submission of relocation site plan is sufficient for partial demo.
And that Steve can clarify on the site
Wait,
plan.
stop, wait.
No, I need to clarify what
I
you're
understand,
asking.
but we
He's
need to
not
clarify
finished yet.
amongst ourselves, what's going on in our little tiny brains before you interject. So just let us.
I don't need I don't need a
And then-
drawing.
and then
Linda, please.
we'll go
Okay.
Through staff.
Through step.
Okay, I don't need to draw the porch on. I just need to show it on the plan that the porch is going back over
Yeah,
there.
I'm the.
Okay.
Now I lost, see, now I lost my train of thought. We're gonna have to start over.
It's what
To the
happened.
beginning of the meeting, no, to the beginning of the meeting.
All right. let's
What?
go Way back.
Go ahead. That was my motion.
Okay, there you go. I think everyone understands the motion at this point. All those in favor of Stephen's very complicated motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, there you go, folks.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
next up, is Nancy here for Structures Unlimited, Move On House? No,
I don't see.
that's a no. All right, we'll pass that one over. Do we have anybody here for 74 Arkansas? Arkansas? No? Do we have anyone here? I believe we do. There he is, Matthew. 2 and 4 Highland Garage and Cabana. And how, where are our board members? We got Val back. Looks like Abby's back. I might actually leave after the 2. And then Lisa's holding hers. They're actually making dinner for me. Matthew, go.
And I'm,
Go. 44 Skyline. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah. 2 and 4 Highland.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for garage on 2-4 Highland.
Yeah.
I think that shot is a great shot. We were before you previously for 2 and 4, main dwelling, and then 6 main dwelling. We showed this garage footprint on the site, and so we're here before you for the garage. So we studied a couple different incarnations of the roof form, gable forward versus E forward. We thought that the E forward complemented the 2 buildings more successfully, kept the building as low as possible. I think the ridge height is under 24 feet, less than that. The window style is consistent with both dwellings, and said, I think it pretty much speaks for itself. So look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good, Matthew. Thank you. Thank you for your succinct presentation. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for this garage, I note it's 23 feet 4 inches. Appreciate the E4 design with the dormer matching both dwellings. Appreciate the 12 light with kick panel. I did have, and I do note that it there's a lot of characteristics that this structure does match with the other structures. I had a question on how deep the porch is that's proposed. It looked a little long. And then I'm sure, I just want to confirm that the brackets that are proposed over the garage doors with the pent roof match the main home to the left. Overall, I appreciate the design.
Do they?
They do. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey.
Yeah, I think generally pretty good. Our only comment is that possibly the dormer facing the street could be a little bit narrower, just a slight amount would be great. That's it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Mickey. All right, are we back to the regular board on this? Okay, great, thanks. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thank you.
It needs to go, I believe it to be appropriate, needs to be moved back so that it is not forward of the dwelling to the right as we are looking at the elevations currently. Other than that, I think if you take a look,
Oh, the building to the right.
yeah,
Okay,
Matt, I think it's 10 Lincoln. You did the garage there. Where you
Yeah.
did the garage.
Yes.
I want to use that, not to beat up on it, but those doors, I think are just oversized. These seem similar to those oversized, just with respect to historical reference. They're just big for the garage styles in that area. So that's a concern I have. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
So
Thank you, Val.
I like this design as well. I think it's appropriate. And to Stephen's point, I have seen in the area doors that are similar to this, but they look like 4 little doors,
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
instead of the 2.
We could look at
Yeah.
that.
There's some right around the corner on
Lincoln?
Nantucket Avenue,
Mm,
maybe.
I could look for sure.
Yeah. One of those little side streets, there's a bunch of them. So
Nice.
that would be my only suggestion.
Okay. Val, thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yep, I think it's good and it would fit in, my only perhaps thought is on the east elevation to separate the 2 windows on the first floor to make them
East.
wider, so they're outside, just outside the C windows up above them. I think it would fill in that area. Well,
It's just the garage, right, Matt?
yeah.
Yes.
So you could widen them.
Yeah.
Move them.
Which
they're not wide.
windows?
Well, spread them further apart, you mean,
Yeah,
right? On the east, yeah.
so they're not directly under the window above.
I'm under-
just
Yeah, we could certainly do that.
to balance it out, give the bottom first floor a wider base and then up to the second floor. That's what I would do.
Fair enough. Thank you, Diane. I think that leaves you, Abby.
Oh, yeah. So, I was thinking about what Stephen said, and I'm trying to figure out if moving that forward or back. Makes-
Relative to the neighbor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what is it gonna look like with 3 buildings in a row?
Well, they wouldn't all be in a row because Stephen's referencing the other property where the house is set back with respect to the house that this garage belongs to.
Well, it's really part of the same property.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, at the
No,
moment it is.
I'm just thinking of these 3 new buildings in a row here that are
Just as a
basically.
point of information, I'm not suggesting that it be lined up. I'm suggesting it needs to be subservient.
Oh.
That's all.
Well, okay, so maybe I should talk now. And what I was
Okay, I was giving you a point of
agreeing,
information because you were putting words in my mouth. So now that I've clarified my position. you
I
can
was
continue.
agreeing with you.
I was telling you that I wasn't saying line them up.
Don't fight.
No, I know,
right,
and
that's what
I'm
you said.
saying,
Watch the tape.
no, I
That's what you said.
no, I don't
Happy-
want them lined up.
Neither do I.
Okay.
So,
And you don't need to get catty. Everyone said it.
no, I'm not.
Oh, no,
No,
no.
No. I just want to see it.
All right,
And
here we
I don't
go.
Need you ganging up on me? Diane.
Oh, no,
Could
I
I-
want to leave early and now I can't.
okay, just
You
let me.
gotta
Abby,
bring that
go.
up.
Just-
Okay.
Can I finish? So, but I see what you're doing with the
I thought-
parking, so I don't think coming forward would make any sense, so I think moving it back would make a little more sense. Other than that, I have no
Oh,
problem.
oddly, I think that you and Stephen actually agree then.
We do.
Okay, you and Stephen both want to see the garage push back a little bit more.
Yes.
Which is why I said
Matthew?
it again.
I mean, it does pose, like, we could push it back a little
You're gonna
bit.
have a little less room for your pool.
Exactly. So
Well, actually, no, you're gonna have the same amount of room for your pool and a little less room for the decking.
I would say if I could, Mr. Chair, so the garage is set back from 2 and 4. The front porch you can see projects. Further
Yeah,
forward. So we
yeah, I'm
could shift it
aware
back.
of that.
We could.
I
definitely
don't
shift
think it
back
needs to be
some.
by much, Matthew, to get the 2 critical votes that you need. If you know what I'm saying.
I'm not
Yes.
living or dying.
I
you
could
know,
push it
like
back like
3
4
feet.
feet, 3 or 4 feet. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So what I have so far, yes, got everybody on that one, right? Okay, so what I have so far is that we're gonna try and split up those doors, the garage doors, to do the like 1930s look, like Val described. Push the garage back subtly. And I actually like Mickey's thing about reducing the size of the dormer on the front, you know, narrowing that up ever so slightly. And Diane had the point about the windows on the east elevation, which would come a little bit further apart on the first floor.
Happy to do that.
Now, can we do this through staff, do you think, folks, or are we think we could swing that?
Definitely.
Okay, so can somebody try a motion and we'll see how that goes?
Make a motion. Motion to approve, bringing in the sides of the dormer.
We'll give it a
Pushing-
number.
We can reduce the width by 18 inches.
18 inches total,
Yeah.
9 inches either side, fine with me.
Okay. And pushing the garage back into the lot 3 feet? Would that be
3
okay?
feet's great. Sure.
Good with me?
3 feet?
Yep.
Was there anything else about windows on the?
Yeah, the windows
garage
on the
door?
east elevation. First floor to widen them out,
To spread them further.
spread them out.
Okay, just,
Want me to do it?
yeah,
Windows on the west elevation, first floor to be moved further apart by, say, 2 feet. Okay,
Sounds good.
and then. You what? Well, let's
that's what
finish.
about-
Hold on, there's one more thing, which was the garage doors to look more like 1930s bifold doors, right?
Oh,
Val, that's
yes.
what you're getting at?
Yeah,
It's
to
just
make-
a suggestion.
do you know how to do that, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so there is Abby's motion. Now, I'm gonna hold that motion because apparently somebody has their hand raised. Can you announce yourself and unmute, please?
I don't know why I'm here, but yeah.
What?
I'm just here. I don't know. I'm just here, like I test the app.
And this is why we need control over the way.
And we can do that with this system, right?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
okay,
this
great.
is my
All right, so there is the motion. That is a through staff motion. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so that was that, Matthew. Now we're on to the cabana. Cabana. Okay, Matt, hit it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a cabana / guest house. It's in the rear of the property. If you recall, there's a 25-foot zoning setback. Actually, sorry, it's a deed restriction that is shaded in gray. And so that's a deed restriction applied to the property. So structures can live in that zone, but they are limited to 16 feet tall. And so we've pulled the structure outside of that 25-foot deed restriction. And this is basically a guest house / pool house, if you will. The height of the structure is 23.2. And one of the things I actually noticed when I was looking at it is that the
I have it down as 24.4.
24.4, sorry. I almost got away with that. The meeting rails, in deference to aligning the meeting rails to the eave line, we initially actually had a setback dormer, and it was actually my request to actually make them flush. Actually, I looked at it just before the meeting, and they're a little low, and so we could raise the plate height, which would, raise the overall ridge height accordingly. But beyond that, we tried to keep it fairly simple, align it with the garage. We have secondary additive mass to the left side of it. Again, this is pretty far back from Highland. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My main concern was making sure that, obviously that the property complies with, the deed restriction, although that is something that's usually done through zoning. So I'm glad that Matt has addressed it. My, comment, one, it is a little tall. Two, for a cabana, and two, the length of the porch was also a question. Want to make sure that it's compliance, is consistent. I believe 8 feet is your, but other than that, it's more on the height, on obviously the meeting rails too. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey.
Yes, so we had similar concerns as to Holly. I think we were thinking that the building is a little bit tall and thin looking when you look at it from the west elevation. The dormers, meeting rail issue has been brought up. I would rather see this corrected by lowering the building rather than raising it and making the dormers more traditional recessed dormers rather than flush dormers. So that's it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Mickey. Hi.
Hi, Jenny Clark. I'm in a butter at 2 North Cliff Way.
Thank you.
And again, I want to thank Matt for taking it out of the deed restricted zone. That was saves us all some time. Again, I also have the concern about the height of this building. There's only a few other secondary buildings in the neighborhood and they're lower than this one by quite a bit. And I didn't see it on the drawing anywhere, but from my concern, I'm just wondering where the outdoor pool equipment will be. And that needs to be noise buffered, and hopefully it would be along Star Lane rather than in the back.
Okay.
That's it.
I'm
Thank
sure
you.
Matt can answer that right now.
Sure.
Okay.
So we will be coming before the board with a landscape plan, a comprehensive landscape plan, but we are planning to put the pool equipment below the structure so that they would be enclosed and minimize noise.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, so we can actually set the dormers back. Like I said, it's the way that was drawn initially, and then it was my suggestion to make them flush. And then just before the meeting, I looked at it and I said,
Did you say you cannot?
we can with an N. We can.
Can.
Yeah, with an N. We can have the
I
eave
mean,
run continuous.
okay, so the eve would be continuous across rather than disrupted.
Correct. And we would set
And
it
that
back.
would, of
about-
course, to Mickey's point, require the ridge to come down a little bit. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't have to, but it could.
Oh, or the windows go up a little bit, one or the other. All right, good to know, Matt. Thank you. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I would love to see it come down a little bit. It's actually taller than the garage, which is obscuring it, supposed to be. And then it's a little confusing that it's serving both purposes with all these doors, so it really doesn't read to me like a second dwelling. And directly across from the 3 doors that, which actually look like a nano door or something, is another door. So I don't know how that's going to read. If you can see that from anywhere, you can look straight through the house.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it just needs some tweaking. The dormers could come down and sit on top of the window headers casing, and an attempt to maybe make it have a front door.
Very good, Val. Thank you.
I'll go through it.
All right, Diane.
I think it's too big for the area. It's hard as Val said, of making it both a cabana and a guest house, but it should, I guess, be next to the pool, serve as the cabana first. I think it should come down in height. I think on the west elevation, the all the different gables are too busy. I'd like to see it as simpler as possible and maybe a more simpler fenestration, particularly on that north side.
Yeah. Okay, that it?
Yeah, for a cabana, that's what it's sort of going for with the guest house sort of on the second floor, I guess. But anyway, that's what I think.
Very good. Thank you. Abby.
I agree with the height should come down. I think the windows on the second floor appear too vertical. They could be smaller. And that's all I got.
Okay, Stephen.
Height without question on the, I agree with Diane about the west elevation. If you look at the south elevation, north elevation, the smaller dormer. North elevation. The dormers that are on the smaller secondary structure. That dormer needs to be downsized. It doesn't appear to affect the internal program. It's sitting area in a laundry room, just overall needs to be smaller so that addition, I think the top plate also needs to come down. So that on that section, so that it appears more subsidiary than it does currently. Between that reduction and probably 9 or so inches out of the overall height, I think this is approvable. I don't disagree with the concept of a front door but this is at the rear of the property, so I'm not as concerned about this.
Yeah. Agree. Matt, I think you know what you need to do.
Sure.
All right.
Motion to revision.
There you go. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to hold for revision, say aye. Aye. Okay, now we're going to go over to Dave Kim Lane, parking structure. There's still a lot of you out in the audience, and let me just say, we got 6 minutes left. The 2 Botticelli and poles are not going to be heard, but Matthew is, which means best possible case is that we're going to get to number 16. That's the best possible case. So what?
Mr. Chairman, through you.
Yeah.
Number 10 Lincoln was asked to be held.
Oh, what? Oh, right. 10 Lincoln held. Okay, but that still leaves us at 10-12 Dave Kim. So I was mistaken, but I was correct in being mistaken.
Yes. You
So,
are.
so 10-12, I was correctly mistaken. Okay, 10-12 Dave Kim, go.
Okay.
But
so
you're 16, we might get to you.
I'll
Go.
be quick. So this is a covered open air. It's a open structure. It's basically intended to it's a parking structure for vehicle storage. It is an open structure. It's enclosed on 3 sides, but open on 1.
So it doesn't count as ground cover.
Doesn't count as ground cover, but the
Wow,
idea being
wow.
that it provides some protection for,
Uh-huh.
vehicles to be stored. So the design of the structure is intended to be conducive to the existing approved storage structure. So with that, I think the elevations
Yeah.
speak for themselves. So
I mean, it's consistent with the buildings that are already approved, I'm sure.
Why
correct.
does it have to be so high?
To actually have a lift so we could actually stack 2 vehicles.
Oh,
Boy.
fancy.
It's a-
They're
So they
stacking
can
them.
be
It's an
more than
apiary.
one layer.
Nantucket,
it's an
the
apiary.
Little Big Apple.
Because we need more cars.
Yeah. Or RVs.
Stacked parking. Boy, oh boy.
It's for long-term storage, but
Yeah.
or an apiary.
Next thing you know, we'll be approving like multiple elevator towers that go at different speeds.
It's coming.
Okay, so comments from the board on this?
I just
Simple
think that
thing.
this site is so, the building is so huge. And then there's the duplex or whatever that building is. It just seems like so much on one site. And now we're not even going for a 91-foot one-story parking situation. We're going for something that's multiple levels. It's too much of an anomaly. I am not in favor of this.
Okay. All right, thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yep, I agree with Val.
All right. Abigail.
3 strikes and you're out.
Ooh, ouch.
It's just, it looks like it descended from, it just doesn't have anything, building with Nantucket in mind. There's not an inch of it. So it's hard to.
Looks like potentially you could get it down and still get 2 cars. I mean, I don't know, but it just seems that way. Like, look at those Jeeps.
Yeah.
You could practically fit a box truck above that Jeep.
Matt, I think unless you reduce this making it slightly less longer and throwing some trees in front of it is not going to get you an approval.
We could actually reduce, well, could I just hold it? And I think, but I'll come back to the ownership and just say that the board would prefer to keep it like a single story.
Or an invisible second story.
Yeah, something like that.
Invisible. We could do that.
Okay.
Visible paint.
What's the material of the building?
It's a combination of vertical 1x7 cedar and standing seam metal.
Okay. I thought it was corrugated metal.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, there's Stephen's motion to hold for some revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
So Botticelli and Pole held, which brings us to 2 North Mill Street roof replacement.
Here's a sample of the wood.
What?
Oh, is this, didn't we look at this before? Got it.
Don't need it.
What wood is that?
This is that wood that somebody else brought in.
No.
It turns silver.
Yeah. Who brought it in before?
I did.
Who did?
Me.
No.
Oh.
No, not this board. We've seen this before.
Yeah, it was Robbie.
For where though?
Okay, so, all right, so you're proposing this inside of the OHD. Now I'm understanding why we're reviewing this. Okay, so we're familiar with this product. Okay, so I'm not sure you necessarily need to make a presentation because we have reviewed it before. So, but hang in there. Holly, what were you going to say?
So as you know that this site is located within the OHG. This is a 1820 lean-to built for Benjamin Hussey. It's a 1 3/4 story. Has a newer ridge chimney, 3-bay facade, and it did have addition and alterations on the rear. This is all per Lancaster. I understand that the existing roof is a 3-tab dual gray. This structure was originally obviously built with wood shingles. However, these new ones are not yet vetted, specifically on a structure within the OHG within a Quaker historic neighborhood. I would recommend the commission to see how they actually function and hold up on the island and outside of the OHD in the locations that have they been previously approved first before venturing into allowing this on a historic structure.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Mickey, anything on this one?
Yes, similar to what Holly is saying, we seemed like this came up a while ago on a house on maybe in the Brant Point area, and I don't know if it was approved or not approved. So I think that it's wise, instead of doing it on a building that's as important as this one, to see how it looks after a year. Try it somewhere and not experiment on this house.
So thank you, Mickey. The interesting thing is the first time we approved this was way out of town. And was that for Robbie? I think Robbie was, and it's too bad because Robbie was just here. Do you know Robbie Newman?
No, but I can go hunt him down.
Yeah, because I think that when we approved it for him, it's been up for at least a year. And then Matt McEachern, who just left, showed us pictures of Robbie's thing and said it's going to look like this. So Matt also has something that's been installed with this. The only reason that this is not approved on consent is because
I wanted you guys to talk about it.
yeah.
It was one of mine.
What I would encourage you to do is get a hold of Robbie Newman, Sandcastle Construction. Say, where is that house? Can I take some pictures of it?
Tori was supposed to have already done that.
So
Oh,
I'd like to make a motion.
go ahead.
The
motion will be-
shingle's already at the house. It's an elder couple. He has dementia. It's Brian. I can't say the last name. It is Brian Prashikati. Dad's
Do you have a street address?
2 North Mill.
No. Sorry.
Brian works at Fairwinds, I believe.
Yeah, so the motion will be to hold this over to the next meeting.
And it was supposed to be held on the 21st, Tori told me. So
We don't need another Linda. So the motion will be to hold it over to the next meeting with a view of the already installed shingles. And you will need to coordinate with staff to find out who to contact, to find out what structures it's already on, and give them that information. And once, then we can just go out and take a view of where it's already been installed.
Do I understand from that? So are some of the shingles already on the building?
no, sir,
No.
they are already on the
Oh,
island,
they're just
on the
stacked up.
driveway,
Oh,
ready to be installed.
okay, got it. Well, that's good. That's good. I thought Stephen was saying like that was already partially shingled or something.
No, but we've got them on other, look, these turn silver, I've seen them.
Yeah, yeah,
and,
right.
But we don't have an address.
Yeah.
Right, so it's gonna be incumbent upon the applicant's agent to work with staff to figure out what the address is and.
Well, it
staff
sounds
to
like
send-
maybe Tori already knows what the address is.
No, I think
She
Tori-
told me the day that I went to her and presented on to her, it was the day of the 21st of June, I believe.
Yeah.
And gave her, she said she had addresses that she was gonna go take pictures of the houses and have this all presented to you that day. Because I've been trying since the last meeting to get this permit to get started. So-
Okay.
And I never heard back from her, and that's why I'm here.
Oh, I see.
Thanks, Max.
Well, listen,
Hey, Ray.
Mickey, yes.
Yeah, I'm just a question. Do we know if these are fire treated shingles that have arrived on? the-
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay,
They're
great.
not fire treated, but they're fire resistant by the nature of the wood.
Are you talking about the 1 mile radius thing, Mickey?
Yeah, downtown. Yeah.
Well, that's a sidebar issue that doesn't relate to the HEC necessarily, but it is something you want to pay attention to.
It's not enforceable. It's not downtown.
And
Yeah.
one thing, all the houses around there do have red cedar. I did look.
So your job is to get a hold of Robbie Newman, Sandcastle, and Emeritus. Oh, God. Matt McEachern, and see where they're installed, because they're probably all grayed out already, and all we need is some pictures.
Okay.
Okay.
And when I get that, who do I bring it to?
In here, and we can, if you get that information together, we can hear this at the next meeting.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can we start the trim work that needs to be done on the house before the roof?
The trim?
Some
Yeah.
trims rotted in the gutters as well.
No, well, you want to do that anyway.
Yes.
I mean, you do the trim before you do the. roof.
Yes, I'm not asking, can we start that? Do we
Yeah,
need a permit for
if
that?
like con.
Like kind, you need to submit a like kind application and
take
staff can
pictures,
review within
show
a couple of days.
replacing it the way it is, and that's all fine.
Okay.
Okay, so can we move just for some precedent photos and heard at the next meeting, provided those photos are available to us?
Or a view of those properties.
Yeah, sure. If we get addresses, that's fine too. Diane.
I'll even pick you up and take you.
Ask you something before we go, is
Yeah.
What are we doing about Seven Seas? building?
There, as far as I know, there's a meatball on that because or what do you call it?
Oh, yeah, I know
You
there
know-
is, but she claims that they're working on the inside. People claim that it's falling out on the.
Hey, Diane, sorry, we want to take care, let's just get rid of this application first, okay?
Okay.
So can I have a motion just to, for, precedent and heard at the next meeting?
End of view.
End of view,
So
right?
moved.
Okay, there we go. That's the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Thanks, thanks for waiting. I can check it out, but
I had about 15 calls,
yeah, this demo by neglect is what's happening.
but we can't let it because we're not supposed to do that. The HDC.
Well,
is
no,
supposed to-
we can fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
He,
Mr. Chair,
or can we inspect? it?
Mr.
Steve probably would.
Well,
know.
you can,
There's a court or there is in process.
Okay.
Holly will address. Just so you know.
by the way,
it's not on the
it's
agenda.
not on the agenda.
I
We're not supposed to be discussed deliberating
Correct.
on this.
Can I leave it very simple? Staff has already been working on
So here's
this.
what, Diane, you asked the question of a member of the staff, they're gonna tell you, and then we don't have to deliberate.
Staff has been working on this specific issue.
Great.
Okay,
And
Motion
will you,
to adjourn.
will you just email Diane and?
Yes.
What it means?
Yes.
fantastic. Thanks,
Holly
Diane.
will email you the details.
Great.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Did I hear a motion from John McLaughlin?